Welcome, my dear family. Before we begin our spooky journey tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who enjoys bedtime scares. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me up a bit on YouTube. Now, relax, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's story. I remember the smell of that day before I remember the words. It was a Tuesday. At least, I'm pretty sure it was, because our cafeteria served those flimsy, square slices of pepperoni pizza on Tuesdays. The kind that tasted like salt and cardboard grease and somehow still made every kid in the building happy. The lunchroom always smelled the same. Bleach from the mop water, warm milk, and whatever they were reheating in those metal pans behind the counter. I'd gotten chocolate milk, because I always did, and it left that sweet film on the roof of my mouth that made me thirsty the rest of the afternoon. On the bus ride home, I sat on the left side because I liked looking at the creek. The road ran alongside it for a while, and the water flashed through the trees like somebody was hiding tinfoil in the shadows. West Virginia in late fall has a way of looking clean and dirty at the same time. Bright sky, bare branches, and mud everywhere. We passed the hollers where trailers leaned into the hills like they were tired. Rusted mailboxes sat at the ends of driveways, some with names painted on them, and some with bullet holes punched through the metal. A couple of them had little plastic flags that didn't go up anymore, just stuck halfway like they'd given up. Kids yelled and laughed and threw paper wads. I kept my backpack on my lap because one of the older boys had a habit of yanking them into the aisle. The seat vinyl was cracked, and the heat from the bus vents smelled like dust and old rubber. When my stop came, I hopped down and the door hissed shut behind me, and the bus groaned away, leaving the road quiet again. Our house sat on a slight rise off a gravel drive with a yard that never stayed truly flat because tree roots pushed up from underneath. The porch steps creaked in the same places every time. Usually, when I came home, I'd hear the TV. Mom liked to keep it on in the afternoons, low volume, some talk show or game show that was more noise than anything. Sometimes she'd be on the phone. Sometimes she'd be folding laundry. Sometimes Dad would already be home if he'd gotten off early, sitting with his boots kicked out in front of him, radio in the garage, grease on his hands. That day, it was too still. The first thing that registered wasn't even the silence. It was the cars. Our driveway could fit one vehicle without blocking the turn, and on most days it held my mom's car and that was it. But that afternoon there were two vehicles angled strangely near the porch. Mom's and my grandpa's old truck, the one with the cracked windshield and the faded blue paint that had gone chalky with sun. Grandpa almost never came by without calling first. He didn't like popping in. He said it made folks jumpy. I climbed the steps, and the porch boards didn't creak like they usually did. Or maybe they did, and my brain just didn't file the sound away because of what it saw through the front window. Mom and Grandpa were sitting at the kitchen table, not eating, not drinking coffee, just sitting. The kitchen light was on, even though it was still bright outside. It made everything look a little too sharp. The edges of the table, the lines in Grandpa's hands, the pale smudge on Mom's cheek, like she'd wiped her face too hard. They both turned toward me at the same time. Mom tried to smile, and it didn't reach her eyes. Grandpa opened his mouth like he was about to say something, then closed it again. His throat worked like he was swallowing something that didn't want to go down. "Hey, baby," Mom said. Her voice had that careful softness adults use when they're talking to a kid, but they're really talking to themselves. "Come in here a minute." I dropped my backpack by the door. I remember the thud it made against the wall. A normal sound in a normal house. I remember how the air smelled faintly like dish soap and something else. Cigarette smoke, maybe, though Grandpa had quit years ago. Or maybe it was just the old smell of his jacket. I walked into the kitchen and slid into my chair. It felt wrong to sit. It felt like I was interrupting a meeting I wasn't invited to. Mom put her hand on the table like she needed the wood to hold her steady. Grandpa stared at the knot in the middle of the tabletop, the one shaped like an eye, and for a second I wondered if he was going to cry. I had never seen Grandpa cry. I'd seen him bleed and laugh and curse and pray, but not cry. "Where's Dad?" I asked. Mom's breath caught. It was small, but I heard it. Grandpa cleared his throat. "Your daddy," he started and stopped again. Mom leaned forward. "Honey," she said, "your dad went out hunting." "I know," I said, because I did. It had been a weekend trip. Dad and Uncle Ray did it a couple times a year when the season was right. They treated it like a tradition, like something they had to keep doing because their father had done it, and his father before him. Dad had kissed Mom on the cheek the night before, told me to behave, promised my sister he'd bring her back something pretty from the woods, even though everyone knew that wasn't how it worked. Mom's eyes looked glossy, like she hadn't blinked in a long time. He didn't come back when he was supposed to. I frowned, because supposed to wasn't a thing that happened in our house. Dad came back. Dad was the kind of person who couldn't forget to come back because he'd be worried about what Mom would think if he was late. "Is he hurt?" I asked. "Did he get shot?" Grandpa flinched at the word shot like it had weight. Mom shook her head too quickly. No, baby, not... We don't know." Her voice cracked on the last word. Then Grandpa finally forced the sentence out, like it was a stone he had to push uphill. "He's missing," Grandpa said. "Your daddy is missing." I didn't understand the word the way I understand it now. Missing, to me, was a sock, a set of keys, a dog that got loose and came back when you shook the treat bag. Missing was temporary. Missing meant you looked harder. Mom started talking, and her words came out in a rush, as if she was afraid that if she stopped, the air would fill up with something worse. "Your dad and your uncle were out east of Quetta," she said, "just a ways in. Your dad realized he left his grunt call in the truck, one of those little whistles, you know, and he told Ray to wait there while he walked back." She paused, swallowing hard. "And Ray waited," she went on. "He waited, and your dad didn't come back." My brain did a strange thing where it tried to picture Dad walking back through the woods, and it wouldn't hold the image still. Like every time I tried to see him, he slipped behind the trees. "So where is he?" I asked, because that was the only question that mattered. "Did he go to the truck? Did he get lost?" Grandpa finally looked up at me. His eyes were red around the edges. "They've got deputies out there," he said. "They've got men searching. Dogs, too. They're looking." Mom reached across the table and took my hand. Her fingers were cold. She squeezed too tight and didn't seem to notice. "You and your sister are gonna stay close," she said. "Okay? No running off. If you need something, you tell me. If you hear the phone ring, you don't pick it up. You let me get it." Her instructions came too fast, too serious. It made my stomach feel hollow. I didn't cry then. I didn't scream. The idea that a person could simply be missing felt like someone telling me the sky had turned off. It didn't fit. My mind rejected it. Then the first deputy came by. He was a big man with a thick mustache and a hat he kept taking off and putting back on, like he couldn't decide what made him look more respectful. He smelled like cold air and sweat. He knelt down, so he was eye level with me and my sister. And he told us that our dad was probably fine, that sometimes grown-ups got turned around in the woods, that sometimes a man missed a trail and had to walk it out, that everything was going to be okay. Adults lied to kids like that because they thought it was kindness. I watched his mouth move, but I didn't hear most of what he said. Behind him, Mom stood by the sink, with her arms wrapped around herself like she was trying to keep pieces of her from falling apart. That afternoon, the house filled with grown-up voices. The phone rang again and again. People came by, carrying casseroles we didn't eat. The table stayed crowded with coffee cups. The air smelled like cigarette smoke, even though no one was smoking inside, like it was clinging to their jackets, their hair, their worry. By sunset, headlights started sweeping across our windows as trucks pulled in and out. Men in camo and blaze orange stood in our yard, talking in low voices. Someone's dog barked and barked until it went hoarse. I stood by the living room window and watched the road. Every time a vehicle turned onto our gravel drive, my heart would jump, and I'd imagine Dad stepping out, smiling like he always did when he came home from being out in the cold, cheeks red, breath fogging the air. But the vehicles were never his. The search lasted days, then a week, then 2. It became a strange kind of routine. I'd wake up and hear the radio chatter from the deputies' handhelds out in the yard. I'd see men drinking coffee from paper cups that steamed in their hands. I'd see muddy boots lined up on our porch like we'd invited the whole county for dinner. There were dogs, too, lean, serious animals that didn't act like pets. Their handlers kept them close, speaking in clipped words. The dogs' noses stayed low to the ground, sweeping back and forth. I watched them as if they were magic. I believed if a dog sniffed the right patch of earth, Dad would step out of the trees like he'd been waiting for someone to find him. Mom held herself together through sheer will. During the day, she did things. Washed dishes that were already clean, folded towels that didn't need folding, made lists on yellow legal pads. At night, she sat on the porch. She'd wrap herself in Dad's old flannel, and she'd sit in the porch chair like a statue, listening. I learned the sound of tires on gravel. I learned the difference between a truck and a sedan just from the way the stones shifted. I learned to tell when someone was slowing down to turn in, and when they were just passing by. In the dark, every sound outside meant something. The woods behind our house weren't deep. They were the kind of woods kids played in, the kind of place you could walk into and still see the roof of your house through the branches. But at night, they looked different. The trees turned into vertical lines that didn't end. The space between them became a solid thing, One night, maybe the 5th night, maybe the 7th, I was in bed with my blanket pulled up to my chin. My sister had finally fallen asleep after crying herself out. The house was quiet in a way it hadn't been since Dad went missing. Crickets chirped outside. Their sound was so steady it felt like a wall. Then, all at once, the crickets stopped. Not gradually, not like a lull. They stopped like somebody had cut the sound. I held my breath without meaning to. My body knew something before my brain did. I stared at the dark rectangle of my bedroom window, where the thin curtain moved faintly with the draft from the old frame. I listened. In the silence, I could hear the refrigerator motor cycle on downstairs. I could hear my own heart thudding in my ears. Then I heard it. A click. Just once. It came from outside the window, close enough that it sounded like it was on the glass. My whole body went rigid. It wasn't a branch scraping. It wasn't a pebble hitting the pane. It wasn't the random noise of a house settling. It was too clean, too deliberate, like a fingernail tapping lightly against something hard. Click. I waited for another one. None came. The silence pressed in harder. I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to call for Mom. I wanted to leap out of bed and run downstairs, but my legs wouldn't move. It felt like moving would make the sound come back. After a long minute, the crickets started up again, tentative at first, then steady. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself it was a moth hitting the glass, or a bug, or the wind. But I didn't sleep much after that. Over the next week, every time the phone rang, I watched Mom's face. Every time the door opened, I listened for Dad's boots. One afternoon, a man from the search team came up to Mom on the porch and spoke in a voice so low I had to lean forward to hear it. He said they weren't finding tracks. He said the ground was muddy enough they should have had something by now. He said the dogs kept circling the same area like they were confused. He said something about old pits near Cucumber. Mom nodded like she understood. Her hand gripped the porch railing so hard her knuckles went white. At night, she went back to that porch chair, wrapped in flannel, listening for tires. It was the first time I saw my mother look like she didn't know what to do. Not angry, not crying, just blank in a way that frightened me more than tears would have. I kept expecting my dad to come home with fast food. That sounds stupid now, but it's true. Dad had a habit of bringing home something greasy and warm when he'd been gone all day. Burgers and fries in a paper bag, the smell filling the kitchen, my sister and I crowding him like puppies. It was his way of saying, "I'm here. We're okay." So I practiced hearing trucks. I'd lie in bed and imagine the sound of his engine. I'd picture his headlights sweeping across the living room wall. I'd rehearse how I'd run to the door, how I'd throw my arms around him, how he'd laugh and tell me I was crushing him. But every night, the trucks that came were not his. And every so often, always when the house was quiet and the woods had gone still, I would hear that same soft click outside my window, like someone testing the glass. Just once, like a reminder. The search teams eventually stopped coming. The casseroles stopped arriving. The phone rang less. The porch chair stayed occupied, but the hope in it thinned out like smoke. I didn't understand what it meant then, not fully. But that was the day we learned a man could vanish
half a mile into familiar woods, and the world would keep turning like it hadn't noticed the hole it left behind.
And somewhere out there, beyond the tree line, something had made a sound against my window, so small I could have ignored it. And I didn't know yet that I would spend years learning what happens when you do. If you grow up in a small Appalachian town, you learn early that official answers are not the same thing as truth. Official answers are what people can live with. They're the kind of words that let your neighbors go home, shut their doors, and sleep without imagining the forest breathing just beyond the porch light. They're what you're handed when the real explanation would spread too far, into school hallways, into church pews, into the quiet parts of people's minds where fear multiplies. 3 days after my dad vanished, Sheriff Harlan came to our house. He arrived in the early afternoon, when the light was honest and there was still a chance, at least in my child's brain, that everything could be explained. He pulled into the driveway in a Brown County cruiser with dust on the fenders and a dent in the back bumper like it had backed into something hard. When he stepped out, he moved with that heavy, practiced calm of a man who spent his life turning other people's emergencies into paperwork. Sheriff Harlan didn't look like television sheriffs. He didn't have a square jaw or a heroic presence. He was middle-aged, soft around the middle, and his uniform shirt pulled slightly at the buttons. He took his hat off before he climbed the porch steps, and he held it in both hands like he was in church. Mom met him at the door. Grandpa stood behind her, arms folded, jaw tight. My sister and I hovered in the living room like shadows. Even at 9, I could feel the air change when the sheriff entered the house, like the room had become official. "Ma'am," he said, voice low, "Mr. Price." He didn't say "I'm sorry." In our county, men like him didn't lead with sympathy. Sympathy was something you offered after you decided the outcome. He asked for coffee. Mom made it, hands shaking just enough that the spoon clinked against the mug. The sound made my skin prickle. Everything in those days felt too loud. We sat in the kitchen again. Always the kitchen table, always the same chair where Dad should have been. Sheriff Harlan placed a folder down like a weight. "I've got men out there," he said. "Search and rescue, volunteers. We're working daylight until we can't see. Then we're working with lights. We've got dogs in. We've got the terrain mapped." He said those things the way someone recites a familiar prayer. And then he started in on the part that mattered, the part he'd come to deliver. "Most likely," he said, and the phrase hit my stomach like a cold stone. Most likely meant we don't know. Most likely meant we're preparing you. He glanced at Mom. "Your husband and his brother were out east of Kedda." They weren't deep in, right? Half mile, maybe less. Woods like that, you can get turned around even if you think you know every tree. Weather shifts. A man steps off the path for a minute and loses his line. Mom opened her mouth, closed it. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She looked like she'd been awake for a week. Sheriff Harlan continued, smooth as oil. "There are old mining pits up north of Cucumber. You know that, Mr. Price." Grandpa's jaw clenched harder. "Those holes ought to have been sealed years ago." "I agree," the sheriff said, as if agreement was a solution. "But they're there. Some are covered over, some aren't. Some have rotted timbers. A man can step wrong and go down."
He paused, and for a second his gaze shifted toward me and my sister. Not unkindly, just briefly, as if he'd remembered we were children and shouldn't be hearing the word shaft. "If your husband kept walking," he said to Mom, "and he came across one of those pits, then most likely he fell."
Or he got hurt, couldn't call out. That's the thing about mines. They eat sound. I hated him for that line, even though it was probably just a fact. They eat sound. It made my skin crawl, like he'd described the mine as a living mouth without meaning to. Mom's fingers tightened around her coffee mug. "But Ray said—" "I've spoken to your brother-in-law," Harlan cut in gently. "He told us what he remembers. He waited. He got worried. He went back to the truck. He called and called. He did what he was supposed to do." Grandpa made a low sound in his throat, almost a growl. "And you think my Stanley fell into some hole?" "I think," Harlan said, careful, "that's a possibility we have to consider." Then he delivered the county's gift-wrapped nightmare with a tone that tried to make it manageable. "We've got folks who can go into some of those tunnels. We'll do what's safe. But I'm telling you now, a lot of those shafts aren't stable. We can't risk losing a rescuer." Mom nodded, like she understood, like she was grateful for caution. But her face looked like it had been carved out of wax. After the sheriff left, the search continued with renewed purpose. Men in helmets went up toward the pits with ropes and lights. Dogs ran the ridgelines. ATVs whined through the brush like angry insects. Deputies set up a temporary command spot by a gravel pull-off, with folding tables and maps held down by rocks. The whole county seemed to move in those hills for a while. And still, nothing. No blood, no torn fabric, no boot prints that led anywhere meaningful. Not even a dropped cigarette butt or a candy wrapper. The woods offered up the same thing over and over. Leaves, mud, and silence. The only thing that multiplied was talk. In a place like ours, rumor doesn't travel like gossip in a big city. It travels like smoke. Slow at first, then seeping through every crack. I heard it at school, in the way teachers lowered their voices when they thought kids weren't listening. I heard it at the gas station, when Mom paid for cigarettes with shaking hands and the clerk asked too casually, "Any news?" I heard it at church, where people held Mom's hands too long and prayed too hard, like their faith was a tool they could swing at the dark. At the barber shop, men talked about the mine pits like they were an old family curse. Some said those mines had been abandoned in a hurry back in the day. Some said there'd been a cave-in that killed a crew and the company covered it up. Some said the place flooded, that the water rose fast and cold and carried people away like dolls. At the diner, where the coffee was always burnt and the pancakes were always too big, old-timers leaned in and spoke under their breath about bad air. They said mines held pockets of gas that could make a man go loopy. They said a person could wander into a shaft, breathe one lungful of something wrong, and start walking like he was sleepwalking. People offered theories the way they offered casseroles, because doing something felt better than doing nothing. Mom stopped going to the diner. She stopped taking calls unless she recognized the number. Grandpa started sleeping at our house in a chair by the window, like he could keep watch over the woods by force of will. My sister asked every morning if Dad was back yet, and every morning Mom's answer got shorter. At the end of the second week, Sheriff Harlan came back.
This time he didn't sit down. He stood in our doorway with his hat in his hands again, eyes tired. He looked like someone had scraped him hollow. "We're scaling back," he said. Mom didn't move. Grandpa didn't move. Even my sister, normally restless, stood still, like she could sense the shape of what was about to happen.
Sheriff Harlan spoke carefully, like he was arranging fragile objects. "We can't justify pulling more men off other calls. We'll keep your husband on the register. We'll follow up on leads. But the active search..." He didn't finish the sentence because he didn't need to. In that moment, I learned what it meant when the world got bored of your tragedy. The phone rang less after that. The yard stopped filling with trucks. The folding tables and maps disappeared. The men in blaze orange stopped coming by. Our house returned to being just a house, except it didn't feel like ours anymore. It felt like a place where something had been taken. The porch chair stayed occupied at night. Mom would sit out there in Dad's flannel, listening for tires, even after the county stopped listening. She didn't talk about it much, but I heard her crying sometimes, muffled, like she was trying not to let the sound exist. I'd lie in my bed and stare at the dark ceiling, and I'd listen to the woods behind our house, waiting for the crickets to stop again. They did, sometimes, and every time they did, my body would tense before my mind could explain why. Years passed in an ugly, uneven way. Dad's absence didn't fade, it just changed shape. It stopped being a fresh wound and became scar tissue that pulled when you moved wrong. Mom kept his name on the missing persons list for a long time. Every few months, she'd call the sheriff's office and ask if there was anything new, and every time the answer was a version of no. Eventually, she hired a private investigator. I was older by then, teenage older, old enough to hear adults' conversations more clearly, old enough to recognize the polite lies they told children had started to change. They didn't say everything will be okay anymore. They said things like, "I'm sure he'd want you to be happy." The PI came from Charleston, a retired police officer with a tired face and a briefcase that looked like it had lived through too many bad stories. He was polite, patient, the kind of man who knew how to ask questions without sounding like he was accusing you of anything. He sat at our kitchen table, the same cursed place where everything serious happened, and asked Mom to walk through the timeline again. Mom did. Her voice went flat as she repeated it, because repeating pain enough times turns it into a script. The PI asked about the truck, about the grunt call, about the exact spot Uncle Ray said he'd waited, about weather, daylight, clothing, footwear. He asked Grandpa if Dad had enemies, if he owed money, if he'd been depressed. Grandpa bristled at those questions like they were insults. "No," Grandpa said, "Stanley wasn't that kind of man." The PI nodded, like he'd heard that sentence 100 times in 100 kitchens. People always thought missing men belonged to categories: runaway, criminal, victim, idiot. The PI didn't argue. He just kept asking. For a while, it looked like nothing would come of it. Mom drove him to the sheriff's office. He talked to deputies who remembered the search. He asked permission to look through old reports. He took notes. He drove up toward the mine pits near Cucumber with maps and a flashlight, and a caution that looked like habit. I didn't go with them. Mom didn't want me there. She said it was grown-up business. But I remember the day she came back from meeting him after one of his trips out there. She looked pale. Not crying, not
shaking, just drained, like the light had gone out behind her eyes. Grandpa asked her what he'd found. Mom hesitated. It was the kind of hesitation that tells you the truth is ugly. He said he thinks it's possible Stanley went into one of those old shafts, she said quietly. Grandpa's mouth tightened.
And? Mom's voice lowered further, like the walls could overhear. He said there were markings inside. Not like names or, teenager stuff. He said he didn't recognize them. Like symbols. Grandpa snorted. Kids get into everything. They tag places. That's what he said too, Mom replied, but her expression didn't match her words. He said it was probably kids. I watched her hands. She kept rubbing her thumb against her fingertips like she was trying to scrub something off that wasn't there. When I asked her later what kind of markings, she brushed me off. Just nonsense, she said. Just spray paint. But I was old enough then to hear the faint tremor in her voice, and old enough to realize there was a difference between nonsense and the way adults look when they've seen something that doesn't fit into the world they want. The P. I stayed on the case longer than most people would have. He tried to track down who might have been going into the mines. He asked around about teenagers who hung out near Cucumber. He went to the barber shop, the diner, the feed store. He listened more than he talked. And he came up empty. No one admitted anything. No one knew anything. Or if they did, they kept their mouths shut. In small towns, silence can be loyalty or fear. Around that time, Uncle Ray grew even more distant. He had been distant since Dad vanished. That part wasn't new, but there was a new flavor to it as the years passed. It wasn't just grief. It was avoidance with sharp edges. Birthdays became cards in the mail instead of visits. Holidays became quick phone calls. If Mom mentioned the investigation, Uncle Ray would get quiet, then make an excuse to hang up. He stopped coming to our house entirely. He stopped showing up at Grandpa's. When Grandpa died, Uncle Ray didn't come to the funeral. He sent flowers and a short note that said, "Sorry for your loss." Like Grandpa had been a co-worker and not his own father. Mom pretended not to notice, because noticing meant acknowledging another kind of loss. But I noticed. I noticed the way she'd stare at the phone after hanging up with him, expression tight. I noticed how she started to avoid saying his name, like speaking it would bring on a headache. I noticed how my sister stopped asking about him. And through all of it, the county's explanation remained the same. Mines, pits, accidents. Most likely. Most likely became the blanket they threw over the hole in our lives. But blankets don't fill holes. They just hide them. Years later, long after casseroles stopped arriving, long after my sister stopped crying at bedtime, long after the deputies forgot the details, there were still moments when the world felt thin. On quiet nights, when the woods behind our house went silent too suddenly, I'd feel that old tension rise in my body like a reflex. And sometimes, only sometimes, just enough to make me doubt myself, I would hear a soft click outside a window. Not loud, not repeated, just once. Like something out there remembered our name, even if the county didn't. And the worst part was this: the older I got,
the more I understood that Sheriff Harlan hadn't been lying to us to be cruel. He'd been giving us the only kind of story a place like ours knows how to survive. A story with pits and accidents and bad air. A story that didn't require anyone to admit that some disappearances don't leave evidence, because evidence was never the point. Some things don't take people like a storm. Some things take them like a decision. By the time I was 22, I could change a tire in the dark and tell you what was wrong with an engine just by listening to it idle. I worked full-time at a small auto and repair shop outside Welch, the kind of place with a faded sign out front and a coffee pot that never got washed properly.
The air inside was always thick with the same three smells: gasoline, burnt oil, and whatever cheap fast food one of the guys had brought in for lunch. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead with that faint insect buzz that you stop noticing until the power cuts out and the sudden silence makes your skin crawl. We kept the radio on all day, not music, talk radio, the kind where men argued about politics and football and how the world was going to hell. The voices filled the shop the way my mom's television used to fill our house, not because anyone cared, but because silence was worse. That was the strange thing about growing up with a missing person. Eventually, you learn how to live around the absence. You learn where not to step so you don't fall into it. People assume grief is loud, that it looks like breakdowns and crying in grocery store aisles. Sometimes it does, but most of the time, it looks like routine. It looks like a woman turning the volume up on the TV because she can't stand to hear the air in her own kitchen. It looks like a kid learning the sound of trucks and then, years later, pretending he never did. Dad's disappearance stopped being the first thing people talked about when they met us. It stopped being news. It became one of those local stories that floated around the edges of town like a ghost you didn't mention unless you'd had a couple beers. The county had its explanation. Most likely mines, accidents, bad air, the woods swallowing a man whole. And for a long time, I let that explanation sit where they'd put it, because the alternative felt like something you couldn't live with, something that would seep into every room and poison the light. But on the anniversary of Dad going missing, my mother always did the same things. She didn't talk about it directly. She didn't light a candle or visit a grave, because there wasn't one. She just shifted. She'd wake up earlier than normal. She'd clean the kitchen too thoroughly, scrubbing counters that were already clean, as if she could scrub time backward. She'd make too much food, the way she did back when search teams still came through our yard. A pot of chili, cornbread, sometimes a casserole that sat untouched until it dried out and got thrown away. And she'd keep the TV on, always loud enough that you could hear it in every corner of the house. I didn't live with her anymore by then, but I stopped by on that date every year. Not because I had a ritual, but because I couldn't stand the thought of her sitting alone in that house with all that noise acting as a wall against what she didn't want to hear. That year, it was raining. Not a storm, just that constant Appalachian drizzle that turns everything the color of wet ash. My boots left dark prints on her linoleum when I came in. The living room TV was on some daytime rerun, the canned laughter sharp and wrong. Mom hugged me with one arm and immediately went back to stirring a pot on the stove with the other. She looked older than I remembered, though that might have been my imagination. She wore one of Dad's old flannels, the sleeves rolled up, like she'd been wearing it so long it had become hers. "I'm making chili," she said too brightly. "You hungry?" I wasn't, but I nodded anyway. Hunger was simpler than what I actually felt. We talked about normal things. My job, my sister's classes up in Morgantown, a neighbor's dog that kept getting loose, the price of heating oil. All the safe topics people use like sandbags. At one point, the TV volume dipped for half a second. The sound warped, then snapped back up, like the signal had hiccuped. In that tiny gap of quiet, the house seemed to inhale. Mom's stirring slowed. Her eyes flicked toward the hallway, with a landline phone hung on the wall, a relic from the days when everyone still had one. It didn't ring. It just sat there, silent. Mom turned the TV up another notch. That was when I noticed the folder. It was on the kitchen counter near a pile of mail, half hidden under a grocery store flyer. A manila folder, thick with paper, corners worn and softened by years of being handled. In black marker, someone had written a single word across the tab. Stanley. My father's name. My stomach tightened. Mom saw my gaze and stiffened like she'd been caught doing something private. "Don't," she said quietly. "What is that?" I asked, even though I already knew, even though every part of me didn't want to. Mom wiped her hands on a dish towel. Her movements were controlled, too controlled. "Old stuff," she said. "Notes, reports, that investigator's paperwork." I hadn't thought about the PI in years, not really. He'd been a shadow in the background of my teen years, showing up occasionally, asking questions, then disappearing again when the trail went cold. "You kept it?" I asked. Mom's jaw tightened. Of course I kept it. There was something sharp in her tone, like the question itself was an insult. Like I should have known she would keep anything that had my father's name on it. Because in a way, that folder was the closest thing she had to proof he'd existed. I nodded. I tried to let it go. I tried to turn back to safe conversation. But then Mom's phone buzzed. Not her cell, her old answering machine. The little red light blinked on the base, and a faint beep sounded through the kitchen, half lost beneath the TV noise. Mom froze. "I thought you turned that off," I said. Her eyes didn't leave the answering machine. "I don't use it," she murmured. It just does that sometimes." The red light blinked again. Once. Twice. Then the answering machine played a voice. Not a fresh message, an old one. It was muffled, the audio slightly warped with age, but it was clear enough to make the hairs on my arms lift. A man's voice. Older, tired, professional. "Mrs. Price, it's Donovan. I'm sorry to bother you, but I wanted to go over something again. Something that isn't matching up." Mom's face drained of color so quickly it was like watching a candle go out. "Mom," I said, stepping closer. "What is that?" She didn't answer. Her hand moved toward the machine like she was going to hit stop, but it hovered there, trembling. The PI's voice continued, playing itself like a tape that had been waiting years for someone to listen. "I reviewed Ray's statement again," Donovan said. "And I don't think he's being fully honest, or he's misremembering. But either way, it matters. He claimed, his words, he claimed he saw Stanley near the mine entrance, near the north pit outside Cucumber." I felt the floor tilt under me, just slightly. enough to make my balance go wrong. Near the mine entrance. That wasn't the story. The story I'd grown up with was simple and horrible. Dad walked back to the truck for his grunt call and never returned. Lost in the woods. Gone somewhere between trees and time. No mine entrance. No north pit. No sighting. Mom's lips parted, but no sound came out. The message played on. That detail doesn't appear in the sheriff's summary, Donovan said. And Ray never mentioned it to you directly, as far as I can tell. I think he told Harlan. I think he told me. But he didn't tell you. And I need to know why. The TV laugh track erupted in the living room, bright and stupid, and it made my stomach twist. The contrast was obscene. Comedy bleeding into a recording that felt like it had just opened a trap door in our kitchen. I reached over and hit stop. The machine clicked. That small mechanical sound, click, made my throat close. For a second, I was 9 again, staring at my bedroom window in the dark, waiting for a sound outside that might mean something. Mom stared at me with eyes that looked too wet, too bright. "You weren't supposed to hear that," she whispered. My hands had gone cold. My heart pounded hard enough that I felt it in my teeth. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. Mom looked away, toward the stove, toward the pot of chili that was beginning to bubble, as if it could save her from the conversation. "I didn't want you thinking," she began, then stopped. Her voice came back thinner. "I didn't want you thinking your father walked into a mine." "But he did," I said. It wasn't a statement. It was a question disguised as a statement, because I couldn't bear to ask it properly. Mom's shoulders rose with a shaky breath. "Donovan thought Ray might have been confused," she said. Or that he was trying to make sense of things, filling in gaps. You know how people talk. The mines became a story people told themselves. "But Donovan said Ray claimed he saw him," I pressed. "Not that he guessed, not that he thought. He said Ray claimed he saw him near the entrance." Mom's face pinched like she was in pain. "Ray was different after it happened," she said. "He was sick with guilt. He told the sheriff all kinds of things. Then he wouldn't talk. Then he'd talk again. It was like he couldn't stand to keep the story in his head." My mouth tasted like metal. Pennies. "And you believed him?" I asked. Mom's eyes flashed, angry now, not at me, but at the memory. "I didn't know what to believe," she snapped, then immediately softened, voice breaking. "I still don't." I stared at the manila folder on the counter, my father's name in thick marker. It looked like evidence. It looked like a coffin made of paper. "So the sheriff knew," I said slowly. "The P.I. knew. Ray knew." Mom didn't answer, which was the same as saying yes. "And I didn't," I said. Mom's hand came up to her mouth, and her shoulders shook once, as if she'd been punched. "You were a child," she whispered. "And then you were a teenager. And then..." She looked at me, eyes pleading. "And then you were already hurting enough." I wanted to say something cruel, something sharp, that would make my confusion have somewhere to go. But all that came out was a breath. "Why would Ray not tell you?" I asked. Why would he tell them, but not you? Mom's fingers slid across the edge of the folder, like she was afraid it might open itself. Because he didn't want me to hate him, she said. The sentence landed with a dull thud inside my chest. Hate him for what? I asked, though I already felt the shape of the answer forming like a bruise. Mom hesitated. Her gaze flicked toward the living room, toward the TV, like she wished it could drown the words. For waiting, she said, voice barely audible. For not going after him fast enough. For whatever he thinks he did wrong. I looked at the answering machine. The red light had stopped blinking now. It sat there like an eye that had closed. My thoughts didn't come in a straight line after that. They came in fragments. A mine entrance. A figure seen near the pit. A detail left out of the story I lived inside for my whole childhood. My father didn't just vanish into trees. There was a mouth in the hillside, and someone had seen him near it. I tried to picture my father walking toward that darkness. The image still wouldn't hold, slipping away behind branches. But now there was a new shape in it, a black opening in rock, waiting. Mom moved around the kitchen like she was trying to fix something by doing chores. She ladled chili into bowls. She sliced cornbread. She asked me if I wanted sour cream. Her voice sounded normal, but her hands shook. I ate because she needed me to. The chili tasted like nothing. After dinner, I stood in the hallway and stared at the back door that led to the yard and the trees beyond. The rain tapped softly against the glass. The porch light cast a pale circle on the wet boards outside. The woods behind the house were just trees. That was what I told myself. But all at once, the word mine had rooted itself in my head, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the trees were no longer the end of the story. They were just the cover over something deeper. I left not long after. Mom hugged me and said she loved me. I told her I loved her too. We both pretended that was enough to hold the house together. Driving home, the road was slick and shining under my headlights. The radio in my truck crackled between stations, voices dissolving into static. Every time I passed a side road that disappeared into the hills, my fingers tightened on the steering wheel. At a stoplight, my phone screen lit up with a notification. Nothing important, just an email or some stupid app alert. The sudden light in the dark cab made me jump, adrenaline spiking for no reason. I laughed once, breathy and hollow, because it made me realize how tense I'd become. That night, I didn't sleep easily. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, hearing the rain move across the roof like fingers. My mind kept circling the same sentence from Donovan's voicemail. Ray claimed he saw Stanley near the mine entrance. Claimed he saw, not guessed, not suspected. Saw. At some point, the rain eased, and the night went quiet enough that I could hear the distant hum of the highway. I started to drift, exhaustion pulling me under. Then the sound came. A click. Just one. Not from my bedroom window this time. My apartment was on the second floor, too high for branches to reach, too high for animals to tap. The click came from inside my own place, from somewhere I couldn't immediately locate. It wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic. It was the kind of sound you could dismiss if you wanted to keep living like a normal person. But my body reacted before my mind could offer excuses. My eyes snapped open,
My heart surged. Every muscle went tight. I lay perfectly still, listening. Nothing followed.
No footsteps, no creak of floorboards, no whisper, just that single, precise click, like a small mechanism being tested. And in the darkness, with the taste of pennies suddenly back in my mouth, I understood something I hadn't understood as a child. Maybe that sound had never been a branch. Maybe it had always been a reminder. A quiet little marker tapped against the edge of my life, saying, without words, we know where the story really begins. The first time Uncle Ray called me, after all those years, I almost didn't answer. It was a Tuesday evening in late winter, dark outside by 5, the kind of cold that made the air feel like glass. I'd been home from the shop for maybe an hour, boots still on, hands still smelling faintly of brake cleaner, no matter how much I scrubbed. The TV was on in the background, without my permission, a sports channel murmuring like a restless animal. I was halfway through a microwave dinner when my phone buzzed on the coffee table. Unknown number. In our county, unknown number usually meant two things: a scammer or bad news. And after you grow up with one disappearance in the family, you develop an ugly superstition that bad news has a voice you can recognize before it speaks. I watched the screen vibrate against the wood. Once. Twice. Then I picked up. Hello? There was a pause on the other end. Not the static pause of a dropped call. Not the awkward pause of someone who dialed the wrong number. A measured pause. Then a voice I hadn't heard in years came through, soft and steady. It's Ray. Just that. No greeting. No, how've you been? No apology for vanishing from our lives the way Dad had vanished from the woods. My throat went tight. For a second, I couldn't place him. Not because I'd forgotten, but because my brain had gotten used to the idea that Uncle Ray was a ghost too. Someone you spoke about in the past tense, even though he was still alive. Uncle Ray? I said, and my voice cracked like I was 15 again. Yes, he replied, calm, even, like he'd rehearsed saying his own name. I stood up without realizing it, my knees bumping the coffee table. Are you okay? I'm fine, he said quickly. Too quickly. I'm okay. I've been meaning to call. The silence that followed felt heavy. I could hear his breathing, controlled and shallow, like he was holding himself back from saying something too fast. How'd you get my number? I asked, because it was the first safe question that came to mind. I called your mom, he said. She gave it to me. A small chill crawled up my arms. Mom had given it to him. That meant she'd chosen to open that door again. Is Mom okay? I asked immediately. She's fine, he said. Same tone, same steady delivery. I'm not calling because something happened. I'm calling because I should have called a long time ago. I waited for the apology. It never came. Instead, he said, I'd like to see you. I laughed once, a short breath that wasn't humor. See me? Yes, he said. If you're willing, we can just talk, catch up. I pictured him the way I remembered him. A man with a weathered face and hands like split wood. Someone who used to laugh loud and slap my dad on the shoulder. Someone who smelled like chewing tobacco and gun oil. But the last image I had of him was different. Post-disappearance, eyes hollow, jaw clenched, like grief had turned him into a locked door. "You haven't," I started, then stopped. "You haven't been around. You didn't come to Grandpa's funeral. You didn't call on birthdays except a text." It all felt too sharp to throw into a phone line. "I know," he said, as if he could hear the words I didn't say. "I know. That's why I'm calling now." His voice stayed steady, polite, careful, like he was reading from something written just out of sight. "What do you want?" I asked, blunt because my stomach didn't trust softness. Another pause. Then, "I want to make things right." Something in the way he said it made my skin tighten. Not because it sounded false, because it sounded prepared. Like he'd practiced that sentence until it came out smooth. "Okay," I said slowly. "Where are you?" "Out near Filbert," he answered. "Same place. Trailer on Lick Run Road." I knew the road, everyone did. It was one of those back routes that didn't show up clearly on maps, where the trees leaned over the gravel like they wanted to hide the people living there. "I can come by Saturday," I heard myself say before I'd even decided. It wasn't courage. It was something else, a weird tug, like a hook sinking into old scar tissue. "Saturday would be good," Ray said, and for the first time his voice shifted. Not softer, not warmer, just relieved, like a man hearing a door latch into place. After we hung up, I stood in my living room with the phone still pressed to my ear, listening to the dead tone. The microwave beeped behind me, forgotten. The sports channel on the TV showed a crowd cheering in silent celebration, and the sound felt wrong in my apartment. I didn't tell myself scary stories about the call. I didn't imagine supernatural signs. It was just a phone call, a man trying to reconnect. But that night, I dreamed of the mine entrance without ever seeing it. I dreamed of a mouth in the hillside, breathing warm air into the dark. I woke up with my heart racing and the taste of pennies in my mouth, and I told myself it was nothing. Saturday came anyway. The morning was gray and low, clouds sitting heavy over the ridges. I drove out of town with a travel mug of gas station coffee in the cup holder. Burnt, too hot, the kind that tasted like the inside of the pot more than it tasted like beans. The heater in my truck worked only when it felt like it. The upholstery held the stale smell of cigarettes from the previous owner, no matter how many air fresheners I hung from the mirror. West Virginia roads have a rhythm you feel in your teeth. Potholes patched over and over, curves that follow the land instead of cutting through it. Old coal trucks that leave grooves in the pavement like scars. I passed a Dollar General that looked identical to every other Dollar General. Bright yellow sign, gray sky, mud in the parking lot. A couple of pickups sat outside with camouflage hats on the dashboards like offerings. I passed a gas station with one pump taped off and a handwritten sign in the window advertising hot dogs that had been spinning on rollers since dawn. As I got closer to Filbert, the houses thinned out. The hollers narrowed. Trees crowded the road. Driveways turned into dirt tracks that disappeared into shadow. I found myself checking my rearview mirror more than I needed to, as if someone might be following, just because the world felt too quiet. Lick Run Road was worse. Gravel, puddles, deep ruts that made my truck sway. A line of dead mailboxes leaned at odd angles along the shoulder, like tired soldiers. One had a red flag that hung limp and broken. Another had no door at all, just an open mouth stuffed with old flyers. Ray's trailer sat off to the side, half hidden by bare trees and a fence that had collapsed in sections. The yard was mostly mud, with a few stubborn patches of grass. A rusted burn barrel sat near the steps. I could smell wood smoke, even though I didn't see smoke, like the place had absorbed it. I parked, and for a moment, I just sat there, hands on the steering wheel, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. Then the trailer door opened. Uncle Ray stepped out. He looked better than I expected. That was the first thing that threw me. I'd built an image of him over the years, a man ruined by guilt, drinking himself numb, eyes dead. But the man standing on his porch wasn't that. He was older, yes. His hair had gone mostly gray, and the lines around his mouth were deeper. But his posture was straight. His face looked clean-shaven. His eyes were clear. He didn't look happy. He looked controlled. He came down the steps and walked toward my truck with a careful steadiness, like he was approaching an animal that might bolt if he moved too fast. When I climbed out, he paused a few feet away, as if he wasn't sure what kind of greeting he was allowed to give. Then he stepped forward and hugged me. His arms were strong. His jacket smelled faintly of cigarette smoke and something sharp. Gun oil, maybe. The hug lasted a second too long. When he pulled away, his hands stayed on my shoulders like he needed to confirm I was real. "You're grown," he said. "So are you," I replied, trying to make it a joke. A small twitch at the corner of his mouth suggested he understood humor in theory, but the smile didn't fully arrive. "Come on," he said. "Come inside." The interior of the trailer was warmer than I expected, heated by a small propane unit in the corner. The air smelled of old carpet, black coffee, and that same faint sharpness I'd noticed on him. The living room was clean in an almost unnatural way. No clutter, no piles of laundry, no empty beer cans. Just a couch with a blanket folded neatly on the back, a table wiped down, and a muted television sitting dark against the wall. It didn't feel lived in. It felt maintained. Ray moved through the space with practiced efficiency, like every object had a place he'd trained himself not to disturb. He offered me coffee. I declined. He offered a beer. I declined again, mostly because it was 10 in the morning and partly because I didn't want anything from his hands yet. We sat at a small table by the window. He had a plate of cold cuts already laid out like he'd been expecting me down to the minute. For the first 10 minutes we talked about safe things. The shop, the weather, the price of tires, my sister's college, nothing with teeth. His voice stayed steady, polite, almost formal, like he was an older man speaking to a bank teller, not his own nephew. Then, without meaning to, I said my father's name. "Mom's been okay," I said, "as okay as she can be." It's still hard for her around the anniversary. You know. Dad. Ray's eyes flicked to me so fast it startled me. Just a flash, like a camera shutter. Then he looked down at the table, jaw working once. He took a slow breath through his nose, controlled. When he looked back up, his expression was neutral again. But the air had changed. It was subtle, like the pressure in the room had shifted by a degree. The trailer felt smaller. The heater's warmth felt less comforting. "You don't have to talk about him," Ray said quietly. It should have sounded gentle. Instead, it sounded like a rule. "It's okay," I replied. I haven't seen you in a long time." Ray nodded once. Too stiff. "I know." I noticed then that he was watching me in a way that made my skin prickle. Not like a man meeting family. Like a man gauging something, studying how I reacted. I tried to ignore it. We ate. The meat tasted like salt and plastic. The silence between our sentences stretched longer and longer. But Ray didn't rush to fill it. He didn't fidget. He didn't show nervousness. He sat there with his hands folded, calm as a stone. At some point, I leaned back in my chair, and my gaze drifted to the far corner of the living room, near a closed door that probably led to a bedroom. Half hidden behind a stack of folded blankets was a dark metal box. Not a piece of furniture, not a storage tote, a gun safe or something close to one, heavy, rectangular, with a keypad panel on the front. I stared at it for half a second too long. Ray's eyes followed mine instantly. He didn't turn his head sharply. He didn't react like a guilty man caught in a lie. He simply shifted in his chair and stood up. "Want another beer?" he asked casually. I said no, I replied, confused. He moved between me and the corner as if by coincidence, his body blocking my view of the metal box. He opened the fridge and stared into it, even though I could see it was mostly empty. Then he closed the fridge and sat back down with the same calmness as before. My mouth went dry. It wasn't the presence of a gun safe that scared me. This was West Virginia. Almost everyone owned guns. Half the men in my graduating class had been taught to shoot before they were taught to drive. It was the way he'd noticed my gaze, the way he'd blocked it without thinking, the way he'd done it like muscle memory, like he'd done that before. Ray took a slow sip of his own coffee. His hands didn't shake. "So," he said, voice still steady, still polite, still rehearsed. "I'm glad you came." I nodded, forcing myself to breathe normally. "Me too." And that was true, mostly, because some part of me wanted family back, even if it came with old pain. But as he looked at me across that small, clean table, eyes too clear and posture too controlled, I couldn't shake the sense that I hadn't simply accepted an invitation. I'd stepped into something that had already been set up, a meeting that had been waiting for me. And somewhere in the back of my mind, like a sound you can't quite locate, I thought of that old click at my childhood window. Not loud, not repeated, just once. Like a latch being tested. Like someone confirming the door was still there and still willing to open. After the first hour, the visit started to feel almost normal. Not good, not warm in the way family is supposed to feel, but normal in the way you can get used to anything if you sit in it long enough. The propane heater breathed softly in the corner. Outside, the bare branches clicked together in the wind like cheap plastic bones. The trailer windows had that faint, foggy film on them from years of wood smoke and cigarettes, so the daylight beyond looked dull and bruised. Uncle Ray set the table like he was hosting a neighbor, not his missing brother's son. Paper plates, a stack of folded napkins, a slab of bologna and ham laid out in neat, precise squares.
A bag of cheap chips, the kind that come in a crinkly family-size sack with too much air, the logo faded like it was printed on tired plastic. He slid a couple beers across the table toward me like they were part of the ritual. "Take one," he said. "It's barely noon," I replied. "It's Saturday," he said, as if that explained everything. I shook my head and reached for a bottle of water instead. He didn't argue. He didn't tease me. He didn't press. He just cracked a beer for himself with a quiet snap and took a slow sip like he was calibrating his body to a familiar state. That, more than anything, was what made the room feel strange.
Because Ray wasn't jittery. He wasn't sloppy. He wasn't nervous like a man making amends should be. He was steady. Too steady. Like his emotions were something he'd locked, in the same way he'd locked whatever was in that metal safe in the corner. We ate. The cold cuts were salty and bland. The chips tasted like grease and dust. It was the kind of meal you eat when you don't feel like cooking, but you don't want to admit you're surviving on convenience. We talked about my work again, and he asked questions that sounded genuine on the surface. What kind of cars came through the shop most? Whether the owner treated me right? How business had been since the last layoffs at the mine? But every time the conversation drifted toward Dad, Ray would shift it away with gentle efficiency. Not abruptly, never abruptly. More like a hand guiding a steering wheel around a pothole you didn't see until you were almost in it. It should have made me grateful. Instead, it made me uneasy because it felt like he was controlling more than the conversation. It felt like he was controlling what was allowed to exist in the air between us. At one point, he asked about my sister. He asked about Mom. He asked about Grandpa, and his face tightened for the briefest second when I mentioned the funeral. He didn't apologize. He didn't explain. He just nodded once, like a man taking note of a fact that had already happened. Then he leaned back in his chair and rested his hands on the table, palms down, fingers spread. He looked at me like he was measuring how much weight the next sentence could hold. "Do you remember where it happened?" he asked. My stomach sank. I didn't pretend not to understand. In our family, where it happened only meant one thing. "Not really," I said carefully. "I mean, I know the general area. East of Quetta. Woods. Creek. You know." Ray nodded, and his eyes didn't leave my face. He watched me too closely, like he was looking for a flicker of something. Fear, maybe. Curiosity. The right lever. "It's not far," he said. "Not the spot exactly, but the area." I swallowed. "Why?" He didn't answer right away. He took another sip of beer, slow and deliberate. Then he set the bottle down so quietly, the glass barely tapped the paper plate. "For closure," he said. The words sat there on the table between us, neat and bright, like something you'd print on a pamphlet, like something that belonged in a therapist's office, not in a trailer near Filbert with a gun safe in the corner. "Closure," I repeated. Ray nodded again. "You go out there. You walk it. You see it with your own eyes. You stop imagining it. It helps." I stared at him. My throat felt tight in a way that wasn't emotion yet, more like the body's early warning system. The part of you that knows before you do. I don't need to see it, I said. I've seen enough. That was a lie. I hadn't seen anything. That was the problem. Dad's disappearance was a blank space my mind filled in with shadows. But there was no way I was going to tell Ray that. No way I was going to hand him the truth like a tool. Ray didn't react. He didn't push his chair back or raise his voice. He didn't get angry. He simply waited. The patience in his silence was worse than anger. Anger is heat. Anger is human. Anger burns out. Patience is cold. Patience is what you find in things that don't need to hurry because they know time works for them. I'm not trying to force you, Ray said at last, voice soft. I'm just saying it might help. I picked at the edge of my napkin, tearing it into thin strips without realizing. It won't, I said. It'll be like... I searched for the words. The truth felt ugly in my mouth. It'll be like digging him up, except there's nothing to dig up. Ray's eyes didn't change, but something behind them shifted. Something that looked like understanding, or something that looked like a man pretending to understand because he'd practiced the expression. I know, he said. I know it hurts. He said it kindly, too kindly, like he was reading the line from a script. It's slow torture, I continued, the words coming out sharper now because my own voice needed a place to put my fear. That's what it is. Walking around the woods where he vanished, every tree looks like a hiding place. Every shadow looks like a body. I spent my whole childhood hearing trucks, thinking he'd come back. I don't want to stand in those woods and feel whatever I'm supposed to feel. Ray listened without interrupting. He didn't fidget. He didn't glance away. He sat perfectly still, hands flat on the table, eyes steady on mine. When I finally ran out of words, he nodded once. Okay, he said simply, just okay. No argument, no persuasion, no disappointment. He took another sip of beer. The bottle made a faint glugging sound in the quiet. Outside, the branches clicked again in the wind, a dry little sound like knuckles. You don't have to, he repeated. I'm not going to push you. I exhaled slowly, relief loosening my shoulders. But that relief lasted only a second because Ray's calmness didn't feel like acceptance. It felt like delay. Like he'd marked the subject and set it down carefully, knowing he could pick it up later. He reached for the chips, crinkling the bag. The mundane noise was so loud in the small trailer it made me flinch. Ray noticed. Not the flinch, maybe, but something about my posture. He watched me the way he'd watched me earlier when I said Dad's name. You remember your dad's little flashlight? He asked casually. My brow furrowed. What? The one he kept on his keys, Ray said, like we were talking about fishing lures or tire tread. That tiny thing. Click on, click off. My stomach turned faintly. I didn't like the way he said, click on, click off. I didn't like that he'd chosen that detail out of all possible details. Yeah, I said slowly. I guess. Ray's gaze stayed on me. You still carry one? The question was too specific, too pointed. I hesitated, then reached into my pocket and pulled my keys out. Not because I wanted to show him, because something in me wanted to prove I wasn't afraid of a small question. My keychain was a mess. House key, truck key, a little shop loyalty tag, and a cheap aluminum flashlight, no bigger than my thumb, scratched from years of use. I set it on the table. Ray looked at it, not with nostalgia, not with tenderness, with recognition. Something tightened in his face, so slightly I might have imagined it. His throat worked as he swallowed. "That's the kind," he said. "The kind?" I repeated. Ray nodded. "That's what your dad used. Same little button, same weak light." I didn't know what to say to that. I felt suddenly exposed, like I'd set a piece of myself on the table without realizing it. "I've had it forever," I said. "It's just habit," Ray finished, quiet. The word landed strangely. Habit. Like he understood it too well. I reached to pick the keys back up, but Ray lifted a hand, not touching me, just stopping the motion with gesture alone. "Keep it," he said. "It's mine," I replied, confusion turning my voice defensive. Ray's hand lowered. "I know. I mean, keep it on you. Don't lose it." The way he said it wasn't advice. It was instruction. Something in my chest went cold. I laughed softly to cover the feeling. Why would I lose it? Ray didn't laugh back. He stared at the flashlight a moment longer, then finally looked up. His eyes were clear, still, controlled. In that stillness, there was something I couldn't name, something that didn't belong at a kitchen table. "Just don't," he said. A normal man would have said, "You lose things all the time," or "They're handy in the dark," or "Your dad always said." Ray said none of that. He said, "Just don't." Like losing it would mean something worse than inconvenience. I pocketed my keys and tried to force the conversation back towards safe ground. But the room felt subtly changed now. The air felt heavier. The trailer felt smaller. The hum of the heater sounded louder, as if it had turned into a living breath. Ray stood up and carried the empty plates to the sink. The movement was casual, domestic, but his shoulders held that same practiced calm, that same restraint. As he rinsed the plates, I noticed his hands. They were clean, no grease, no grime under the nails, but the skin on his knuckles looked slightly raw, as if it had been scrubbed too hard. He turned the faucet off and wiped his hands on a towel. Then he leaned against the counter and looked at me again. "You miss him," he said quietly. It wasn't a question. I swallowed. "Yeah," I admitted, because there was no point pretending. Ray nodded, expression neutral. "Me too." For a moment, I thought something human might break through. A tear, a crack in his voice, a confession. Instead, he said, as calmly as if he were talking about the weather, "I go up there sometimes. Helps me sleep." I stared at him. Up there, the place, the woods east of Quetta, the scar north of Cucumber, the part of the hills our family's life had snagged on and never pulled free. "You go there?" I asked. Ray nodded again. "Not often, just sometimes." I felt my throat tighten. Why would that help you sleep? Ray's eyes held mine. For a second, the mask slipped, not into emotion, but into something darker, something like relief, something like a man admitting an addiction. "It's like checking a lock," he said softly. "You check it, you know it's still there, then you can rest." I didn't like that comparison. It made my skin crawl. It made the woods feel like a door, and whatever happened to my dad feel like something on the other side that could still reach through. "You don't have to do that," I said, trying to sound reasonable. "It's been years." Ray's mouth twitched again, not quite a smile. "Years don't matter up there," he said. The sentence hit me wrong, like a note slightly off key. I couldn't explain why, but it made the hair on my arms lift. I wanted to stand up and leave. I wanted to pretend the conversation hadn't happened. But another part of me, the part that missed having a paternal figure since Grandpa died, held me in place. Because the truth was ugly. Even if Ray made my skin prickle, he was still family. He was still the last living piece of my father's side. He was still someone I wanted, irrationally, to trust. I forced myself to breathe. "I can't do that," I said finally, voice quieter. "I can't go up there. Not now." Ray nodded again, still patient, still calm. "Okay," he said. "Not now. Not now." The words were gentle enough, but they carried a promise I didn't like the subject wasn't closed, like it had just been set aside, waiting. Ray glanced toward the corner of the living room, the one with the hidden metal box, then back to me, as if checking something in his head. "Stay a while," he said. "We can just talk." I nodded, because leaving too quickly felt rude, and because I didn't know how to explain the unease crawling under my skin. But as the afternoon crawled on and the trailer windows darkened with the early winter dusk, the thought kept circling in my mind like a trapped insect. Ray hadn't asked me to go back for closure because he thought it would heal me. He'd asked because he'd been going himself. And whatever he was doing up there, whatever he called sleep, he wanted me to learn it too. If Uncle Ray had pushed me hard that first day, I would have backed away. That's what I told myself later, when I tried to make sense of how I ended up agreeing to follow him into the same hills that had swallowed my father. I told myself I wasn't stupid. I told myself I wasn't weak. I told myself I would have recognized manipulation if it came at me with teeth. But Ray didn't use teeth. He used time. He used patience. He used the quiet, steady pressure of a man who knows the shape of your missing places and how to lean on them without leaving bruises anyone else can see. The visits started small, nothing dramatic. A Saturday here, a Sunday afternoon there. Sometimes, just a quick stop after my shift at the shop, when my hands still smelled like motor oil and my body felt too tired to argue with anyone's plans. Ray would call ahead this time, always polite, always calm. "You busy?" he'd ask, like we were neighbors. If I said yes, he'd say, "All right," and hang up. No guilt, no disappointment, no, but family matters. He made it easy to refuse, which made it harder to refuse. When I did come out, he'd have food on the table. Cold cuts, cheap chips, maybe a pot of beans if it was winter and he'd been in the mood to cook. The trailer stayed clean in that same maintained way, like he never allowed mess to exist long enough to become real.
At first, our conversations circled the edges of Dad the way they always had, but in a different way now. It wasn't the awkward avoidance of strangers. It was the careful avoidance of two people who share a wound and don't want to touch it with bare hands. We'd talk about hunting because that was safe in a twisted way. Ray had stories that didn't involve my father. A buck he'd missed because his scope got fogged, a time he'd gotten turned around and ended up in someone else's pasture, a neighbor who'd mistaken a stump for a bear. He told those stories with the same steady voice, never laughing too hard, never getting too animated.
But sometimes, rarely, his face would soften, and I'd catch a glimpse of the man he used to be. Sometimes I'd fix things for him. A loose door hinge, a leaky pipe under the sink. Once, his truck wouldn't start, and I spent an hour in the mud with my tools, cursing quietly, while Ray held a flashlight and watched me like he was trying to memorize the way I moved. "You're good with your hands," he said once. I shrugged. "You kinda have to be around here." He nodded. "Your dad was, too." The sentence hit like a thumb pressing on a bruise. But before I could respond, Ray would turn the subject away with that same smoothness. "Seen the news about the layoffs?" he'd say, or, "You hear old man Davis finally sold his land?" Anything. A different road, a different turn. It happened so often that I started to notice the pattern. Every time I got close to asking something real, something I'd carried for years like a stone in my pocket, Ray would shift. Not in panic, not in anger, in calm deflection, as if the subject was simply not allowed to exist for too long in open air. At first, I assumed it was pain, that Ray couldn't stand talking about Dad because it stabbed him in the same place it stabbed us. But as months passed, I began to wonder if it wasn't pain at all, if it was fear, or worse, if it was obedience. Spring came, and the hills turned green so fast it looked like the world was trying to cover something up. Ray and I sat on his porch one evening while the air smelled of wet earth and distant wood smoke. A whippoorwill called from the trees, lonely and repetitive. Ray drank a beer, I drank water. The sun went down behind the ridge, and the shadows lengthened across his yard. I caught myself watching the tree line the way my mother used to, listening for sounds that weren't there. Ray noticed. He always noticed. "You get nervous at night?" he asked casually. "No," I lied. Ray nodded like he believed me, or like belief didn't matter. "It's natural," he said, "after what happened." I swallowed. "You ever hear anything?" I asked, and I hated myself for asking it. It sounded like a child's question, like superstition, like a weakness. Ray's gaze stayed on the trees. "Sometimes," he said. The word hung there, thin and sharp. "What do you mean, sometimes?" I pressed. Ray took a slow sip of beer. "Just noises," he said. "Woods make noises." He didn't elaborate. That was the first time I realized how practiced he was at withholding. Summer came, heavy and humid. The trailer smelled more strongly of stale cigarette smoke in the heat, like the walls sweated it out. Ray and I drove into town one day for supplies, propane, groceries, nothing special. I remember the way he moved through the Dollar General aisles with the focus of a man on a mission, picking items quickly without browsing. When we got back to his trailer and he opened the tailgate, I saw something in the bed of his truck. A coil of rope, not clean rope, not new rope, Old rope, frayed at the ends, stained dark in places. My stomach tightened. "Hunting gear," Ray said immediately, before I could ask. I nodded, though the answer didn't sit right. You didn't need rope like that for deer. I let it go, because that's what you do with family. You let things go, because pulling on them might unravel something you can't put back together. But once you notice a thread, it's hard to stop seeing it. It wasn't just the rope, it was the mud. Ray's boots were often muddy, even when it hadn't rained. Appalachian mud has different textures depending on where you pick it up. The clay near our town was red-brown and sticky. The mud up in the higher hollers had more rock in it, gritty and gray. The mud on Ray's boots wasn't the same mud you'd get from his yard or the creek behind his trailer. It was darker, almost black when it dried, and sometimes, if the light hit it just right, it shimmered faintly, like it carried fine particles of something else. Coal dust, I told myself. This was coal country. Everything had coal dust in it. But that excuse started to fail the day I rode with him to town and noticed the floorboard of his truck. His truck was old but cared for, the interior wiped down in that same maintained way his trailer was. But the rubber mat on the passenger side had a thin layer of grit on it. Fine, black grit. It wasn't dirt tracked in from his yard. It looked like powder. I rubbed my thumb across it. The dust clung to my skin in a way ordinary dirt didn't. It smeared like graphite. Ray's eyes flicked down instantly. He didn't say anything. He didn't ask what I was doing. He simply reached over at the next stoplight, grabbed a rag from the console, and wiped the mat clean with 2 quick strokes, then tossed the rag back like the motion had been automatic. I stared at him. "You always keep it this clean?" Ray's jaw tightened slightly. "I don't like mess," he said. It was the same kind of answer he always gave. Flat, final, not open for discussion. I stopped asking. Fall arrived again, and with it came the anniversary season, the time of year when the woods smelled like damp leaves and the sky looked too close, like it might press down on you if you stood still long enough. One evening, I came by Ray's trailer after work, unannounced. I don't know why. Maybe because I'd started to crave the routine of our visits. Maybe because after Grandpa died, the idea of having a paternal figure again, even a strange one, had begun to fill a hollow space in me I didn't want to admit existed. Ray opened the door almost immediately, like he'd been expecting me. Inside, the table was already set. Cold cuts, chips, beer. A familiar ritual. But this time there was something else on the table. A crumpled receipt. It had been shoved under the edge of the plate, like a bookmark. I didn't mean to look at it. I just saw the printed header as I sat down. Cucumber Quick Mart. My stomach went tight. Cucumber wasn't near Filbert. It wasn't a town you passed through on the way to anything important. The only reason to stop there was if you were headed toward those old pits. If you were going up into that scarred part of the hills people talked about in lowered voices. I picked up the receipt before I could stop myself. It was dated 2 days ago. The items listed were ordinary. Gas, coffee, a pack of gum. But the timestamp was what made my skin crawl. 2:14 a.m. I stared at it, thumbs smudging the paper. "Why were you in Cucumber at 2 a.m? I asked, trying to keep my voice light, trying to pretend this was normal. Ray's gaze slid to the receipt. For the first time in months, his control faltered. Not dramatically, not like panic, just a tiny hitch in his breathing, a pause that lasted half a second too long. Then he reached out and took the receipt from my hand. "I wasn't," he said. The lie was soft, practiced, but it was still a lie. "That's your truck," I said. "Your card, look, last 4 digits, that's you." Ray folded the receipt, slowly, carefully, like he was making a neat square out of something messy. "I lend the truck sometimes," he said. "To who?" I demanded. Ray's eyes lifted to mine. Clear, calm, controlled again. The moment of falter vanished like it had never existed. "Does it matter?" he asked quietly. My blood went cold, not from anger, but from the strange certainty that this conversation was dangerous. Not because Ray would hit me, but because I'd stepped too close to something he didn't want spoken aloud. "Yes," I said, voice sharp, "it matters. You said you go up there sometimes. You made it sound like it was rare. But you're up there at 2 in the morning. Ray didn't blink. "It helps me sleep," he repeated, as if that explained the timestamp, the dust, the mud, the rope. The phrase changed shape in my head. It wasn't a coping mechanism. It was a routine, a maintenance check, a man returning to something regularly, not to heal, but to keep it settled. I stared at his hands. They were clean, but the skin around his nails looked slightly dark, like stains that didn't fully wash out. "You've been going there a lot," I said, the words coming out slow. "Haven't you?" Ray's gaze held mine. Then, after a long pause, he nodded once. Not an admission, not a confession, a simple acknowledgement, as if we were discussing something inevitable. "I go when I need to," he said. The heater in the corner clicked on, a soft mechanical sound that made my heart jump. For a second, the click sounded exactly like the one I'd heard outside my window as a child, like a latch being tested. I swallowed hard. "Why?" I asked. Ray's eyes drifted toward the living room corner, where the metal safe sat hidden behind folded blankets, then back to me. "I told you," he said softly. "It helps." "That's not an answer," I snapped. Ray didn't react. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't show anger. He waited. That patience again, cold and terrible. Then he said, "You wouldn't understand. Not yet." The words made my stomach turn. Not yet. Like understanding was something you grew into. Like it was a lesson, a progression. Like he was training me. I stood up so abruptly my chair legs scraped the floor. The sound was loud in the small trailer. "I'm not doing this," I said, voice shaking now. "I'm not whatever this is. I came here because you're family, because I missed you. But if you're going up there in the middle of the night and you can't even tell me why?" Ray didn't stand. He didn't block the door. He just looked at me, calm as ever, and said, "You can leave." There was no sadness in his tone, no pleading, just permission. The lack of emotion felt like a threat. I grabbed my keys from the table. My keychain flashlight clinked softly against the metal. That small sound made Ray's gaze flick down again, quick as a blade. "Don't lose that," he said. "Stop saying that," I hissed. Ray's voice stayed soft, I mean it. I walked out into the cold evening air, my breath fogging. I got in my truck and drove away with my hands locked tight on the steering wheel, like loosening my grip would let something slip. For weeks after that, I didn't go back. I told myself I was done. But the truth is, once you notice a pattern, it starts to echo in everything. I'd see a truck tire track in mud and wonder if it was his. I'd smell something sharp and metallic at work and think of that black dust. I'd hear a faint click, just a normal sound, a tool in the shop settling, a light switch, and my body would tense as if the noise had meaning. And underneath all of it was a worse thought, a thought I didn't want to look at directly. If Ray was going to the mine regularly, and if Dad vanished near it, then maybe Ray wasn't visiting for closure. Maybe he was visiting because something up there expected him to. The idea sat in my mind like a cold stone, heavy, impossible to swallow. Then, on a quiet Sunday afternoon in early spring, the next spring, I found myself turning onto Lick Run Road again without fully deciding to. I parked in Ray's muddy yard, heart thudding. He opened the door before I knocked. He looked at me without surprise, like he'd known I'd come back. Inside, the table was set as usual. Cold cuts, chips, beer. Ray waited for me to speak. I stared at him, feeling my mouth go dry. "If I went," I said finally, hating the words as they came out, "would you stop going alone?" Ray's eyes softened slightly, not with warmth, but with something like satisfaction. He didn't say yes immediately. He didn't celebrate. He simply let out a long, quiet breath, an exhale so deep it sounded like relief, like a man completing a transaction. "Yeah," he said softly, "we can go together." And in that moment, I realized the year hadn't been about rebuilding a relationship. It had been about getting me to say exactly what I'd just said. Because Ray hadn't been waiting for my forgiveness. He'd been waiting for my agreement. We drove out in early May, the kind of Appalachian morning that tricks you into believing the world is harmless. The hills were bright with new leaves, tinder green that hadn't hardened into summer darkness yet. Sunlight slipped through branches and clean, hopeful beams. The air smelled like wet earth and budding things, and the sky had that pale, washed blue color you only get after a night of light rain. Everything looked freshly rinsed, like the land had been scrubbed of its old stories. Uncle Ray picked me up just after 7. He rolled into my driveway in his truck with the engine already running, as if he didn't want to shut it off and risk the silence. He nodded once when I climbed in. No hug this time, just that controlled calm, as if the hug had been part of an earlier phase and we were past it now. Between us on the seat sat a cooler, cheap plastic, scuffed from use. When the truck hit a pothole, it thumped softly against the door. "You bring the stuff?" Ray asked. I lifted the paper bag at my feet. "Cold cuts," I said. "Chips, like you said." Ray nodded, satisfied. "Good." I glanced at him. "We really doing this like a picnic?" "It's a hike," he replied. "Hikes need food." The answer was plain, but something in the way he said it, like he was setting rules, made my stomach tighten. Still, I forced myself to play along. If I could make the day feel normal, maybe the place would feel normal too. Maybe I could prove to myself that Dad's disappearance had turned ordinary trees into monsters in my head, and nothing more. We drove with the windows cracked. The road curled through hollers where old houses sat back from the asphalt, screened by lilac bushes and rusted chain-link fences. A couple of kids rode bikes on a gravel shoulder. A dog lay in the shade of a porch and didn't bother to lift its head as we passed. Ray kept the radio off. That should have been the first sign. A man like him always had the radio on, even if he wasn't listening. Noise to fill the empty space. But today, the truck cab held only the sound of tires on pavement and the faint rattle of the cooler. The quiet felt deliberate. "Your mom know you're coming?" Ray asked after a while. "She knows I'm hiking," I said. "Not where." Ray's hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. "Good," he said. A simple word, but it landed like a warning. We turned off the main road onto a narrower back route that followed a creek. The water ran fast, bright flashes between rocks. It made a constant sound, alive, restless, the kind of sound you can pretend is comforting if you don't listen too closely. We passed a pull-off where fishermen sometimes parked. We passed a leaning sign that said "No trespassing" in faded red letters. We passed a stretch where the trees grew thicker and closer, creating tunnels of shade that made the morning feel suddenly cooler. Ray drove without talking for long stretches. When he did speak, it was practical. "Watch that," he said, pointing at a patch of loose gravel. "They never fix that spot." I tried to bring the conversation to safer ground. Asked him about hunting season. Asked him if he'd seen any bears that spring. He answered, but his responses were short, contained, like he didn't want to spend words on anything that wasn't necessary. Still, there were moments where we almost felt like family. When a deer darted across the road and I swore, Ray let out a low chuckle. When the truck hit a pothole and the cooler bounced, I joked that the beers were getting shaken up. "They'll survive," Ray said. "We've survived worse." The line should have been a joke. It wasn't. We parked off a rough dirt track, not far from the creek, in a place where the trees opened just enough to fit a truck without blocking anyone else. There was no official trailhead sign, no posted map, nothing that suggested hikers belonged there. Just tire ruts and crushed weeds, and the faint sense of being somewhere you weren't supposed to be. When I stepped out, the air hit me clean and sharp. Not cold, just fresh in a way city air never is. It smelled of damp bark and wet stone, and that faint sweetness of new growth. Birds called from everywhere. High chirps, low trills, a woodpecker tapping somewhere unseen. Ray opened the tailgate and set the cooler down. "You got your boots?" he asked. I lifted one foot, showing him the mud-ready work boots I'd worn. "Yeah," he nodded. "Good." He looked at my keys when I pulled them out to lock the truck. I saw his gaze flick to the tiny keychain flashlight for half a second, then away. He didn't comment, but the glance felt like a check mark in his head. We started walking. At first, it really did feel like a normal hike. The ground was spring soft, damp from rain. Leaves and pine needles cushioned our steps. Sunlight filtered through bright green canopy, turning everything the color of optimism. The creek noise followed us like a soundtrack. We walked side by side, keeping an easy pace. Ray carried the cooler strap over one shoulder like it weighed nothing. I carried the bag of food. We joked about how my job had ruined my back already. He told me a story about a guy he knew who tried to smoke a hornet nest out of a tree and ended up in the ER. I laughed, actually laughed, and for a minute, the tension in my chest loosened. This is what I'd wanted, I realized. Not closure, not
answers, just family. Something that felt solid and ordinary. The land itself encouraged that feeling. Deer trails crisscrossed the undergrowth like quiet roads. We saw hoofprints pressed into mud near the creek bank, sharp and fresh.
We passed old beer cans half crushed into the leaves, their labels faded and peeled, evidence that other people had been here. Teenagers drinking, hunters taking breaks, ordinary humans leaving ordinary trash. "See?" I said, gesturing at one of the cans. "Not haunted, just idiots." Ray didn't smile. "Yeah," he said, but his eyes stayed forward. We crossed a patch of slick stones where the trail dipped toward water. The rocks were dark with moisture, and my boots slid slightly until I found balance. The creek nearby gurgled over gravel and fallen branches. I could hear a frog croak once, deep and sudden, then go silent again. As the morning wore on, the trail grew less defined. It wasn't a marked path anymore, just a route Ray seemed to know, an instinctual weave through trees and brush. Sometimes he'd stop and look around, not confused, just orienting himself, like a man checking landmarks. "How far?" I asked. "Not too far," Ray replied. That answer annoyed me. It was vague, in the same way everything about this had been vague. But I swallowed the irritation. I'd agreed to come. Complaining now felt childish. We climbed gradually. The air got warmer as the sun rose higher, but under the canopy it stayed cool. The smell of damp earth thickened. I noticed the texture of the ground changing. Less soft leaf litter, more exposed clay and slate. Then, without warning, the bird song thinned. Not all at once like a switch, but quickly enough that I noticed. The lively chorus of chirps and calls faded until only a few distant notes remained. The creek noise was still there, but it sounded farther away, as if the land had placed a hand over it. I slowed without realizing. "You hear that?" I asked. Ray didn't look back. "Hear what?" "The birds," I said, and the fact I had to explain it made my skin prickle. It got quiet. Ray kept walking. "Birds come and go." His tone was casual, but his shoulders were tight. He knew it too, he just didn't want to name it. We moved into a stretch of woods where the trees grew closer and straighter, trunks tall and pale. The light changed here, less golden, more flat, like the sun had become a weaker bulb. The air felt heavier on my skin, humid in a way that didn't match the open spring morning. My ears popped slightly, like a pressure change before a storm. I stopped and swallowed hard, working my jaw. "That's weird," I muttered. Ray finally paused. He turned his head just enough to glance at me. "You all right?" "Yeah," I lied. "My ears just popped." Ray nodded slowly, like he'd expected that, like it was part of the terrain. "Keep moving," he said. The way he said it wasn't reassuring, it was directive. We kept walking. The quiet grew deeper. Not the peaceful quiet you get in nature. This was the kind of quiet that felt like an absence. Like something had pushed the normal sounds away to make room. I noticed my own breathing. I noticed the soft scrape of my boots against slate. I noticed the faint rustle of leaves when the wind moved through, and even that sounded muted. The hairs on my arms lifted.
I tried to shake it off by focusing on details. The way moss clung to the north side of trees, the way new leaves were almost translucent in the sun, the way deer trails narrowed into the brush like veins. Then my boot came down on something hard beneath the leaves. There was a dry crack. My foot slid forward slightly as the object broke, and I stumbled, catching myself on a tree trunk. The bark was damp under my palm, cold and slick. "What was that?" I muttered, crouching. I brushed aside wet leaves with my fingers and saw a bone-white fragment half buried in the earth. For a second, my mind tried to tell me it was a rock. Then I recognized the curve of it, the porous texture, the way it caught the light in a clean, unnatural gleam. A piece of skull. Not human, at least I didn't think so at first.
Too small, wrong shape, but skull all the same. A shattered section of an animal's head, bleached white like it had been sitting in the woods for a long time. A thin smear of dried reddish-brown stained one edge. Old blood, or old dirt that looked too much like blood to ignore. My stomach clenched and bile rose in my throat. Ray stood over me, looking down. His face didn't change. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look disgusted. He looked resigned. "Just an animal," he said. "Yeah," I replied, but my voice sounded thin. I stood up, wiping my hands on my jeans even though the dirt wouldn't come off. The bone fragment sat there in the leaves like a tooth. The birds were still quiet. The air still felt heavy. My ears still felt slightly wrong, like I was underwater. "People hunt out here," I said, trying to force normal back into the moment. "Coyotes drag stuff around. Deer die. Yeah," Ray cut in, not harshly, just final. Like he didn't want me building explanations too loudly. We walked on. The bone fragment stayed behind, but the feeling it gave me didn't. It lodged in my chest like something sharp. A reminder that the woods were not gentle, not clean, not designed for our comfort. The deeper we went, the more the trail felt less like a hike and more like a corridor. The trees crowded in, the light dimmed, the air thickened. Even the creek noise seemed to fade into the background until it was just a memory. Ray kept the same steady pace, as if he knew exactly where each step would lead. I followed, because turning back would have meant admitting my father's ghost still controlled my feet. I tried to keep the day normal. Beer in a cooler, cold cuts in a bag, banter with my uncle like a regular Saturday. But the woods didn't care what I wanted. They kept getting quieter. And somewhere in that growing quiet, a part of me began to understand why Ray had needed to come here sometimes to sleep. Because the land didn't feel like a place you visited for closure. It felt like a place you visited to make sure something stayed where it belonged. And the longer we walked, the more it felt like we weren't heading toward a memory. We were heading toward an opening. By the time the trees thinned, my legs were already aching in that dull, familiar way, half from the climb, half from tension. The quiet had followed us like a second shadow. It wasn't total silence, not technically. Leaves still stirred. Somewhere far off, a crow called once and then shut up. But the lively soundscape of a spring morning, chirping, trilling, insects buzzing, had bled away until the woods felt like it was holding its breath. Uncle Ray walked ahead of me without looking back. The cooler strap creaked faintly on his shoulder. Every so often, he would slow for a second, head tilting, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. And then he'd continue at the same steady pace. It wasn't a man hiking. It was a man following a route he'd walked enough times to wear a groove into his mind. When we reached the outcropping, it didn't appear as a dramatic cliff the way you see in pictures. It arrived the way most things arrive in Appalachia, gradually, quietly, and then suddenly you realize the ground has dropped away and the world has opened up beneath you. The last stretch of trail turned rocky under our boots. The trees grew sparse, stunted by wind. The air changed, too, cooler and thinner, with the faint metallic taste that sometimes comes with exposed stone. I stepped out from between the trunks and felt the wind press against my face, gentle but persistent, like a hand guiding my attention forward. Ray stopped. I stopped behind him. For a moment he didn't move. He stood at the edge with his feet planted wide, shoulders squared, as if he was bracing himself against something heavier than the wind. The cooler hung at his side like dead weight. Then I stepped past him and looked down. The land below us was wrong. That's the only honest word for it. In the middle of the hillside, where the forest should have continued in an unbroken green quilt, there was a wound. A wide gash of exposed rock in churned earth. Collapsed pits, jagged terraces, black openings in the stone that looked too deliberate to be natural and too chaotic to be safe. Even from up here, even in daylight, the mine entrances didn't look like holes. They looked like mouths. Not one mouth either, a cluster of them. Dark, uneven shapes set into the rock face like a row of broken teeth. Some were partially caved in, their edges crumbled. Others were open enough that the darkness inside looked solid, like a substance rather than an absence. And it wasn't just the openings, it was the way the light behaved around them. The sun hit the surrounding rock, bright and honest, but near those entrances, the shadows deepened in a way that felt eager, like the dark didn't simply sit there, like it reached. My stomach rolled. I swallowed hard and tasted bile. Ray exhaled behind me, long and slow. It sounded less like relief and more like surrender. "That's it," he said quietly. I didn't ask what he meant. I already knew. The pits near Cucumber, the abandoned shafts, the rumor mouth that had sat under our family story for decades. I forced myself to breathe through my nose. The wind carried faint smells, pine, damp earth, and something else, barely there, like old metal warming in the sun. It might have been imagination, it might have been nothing, but my tongue tasted pennies anyway. "It's bigger than I thought," I said, voice rough. Ray didn't answer. He kept staring down, eyes fixed on the black openings as if he was trying to count them. His face looked tight, stretched, the muscles in his jaw working. We stood there for a long moment, just looking. From above, the mine site looked dead, not abandoned in a peaceful way, abandoned in a violent way, like something had been ripped out of the hillside and then left to rot. The vegetation around the pits was sparse, struggling. The trees seemed to keep their distance. I leaned forward slightly, peering down, and that was when I saw the warning signs. Even from up here,
I could make out the pale rectangles nailed into posts at the bottom of the slope. Faded letters. Keep out. Danger. Unstable. Small human attempts to give the earth instructions. Ray shifted beside me. His hands flexed once, then settled again. His breathing sounded controlled but not calm, like he was holding something in. "You've been here before," I said. It wasn't a question. Ray's eyes remained on the pits. "Yeah," he replied. "How many times?" I pressed. He didn't answer immediately. The wind tugged at his jacket. A loose strand of gray hair moved across his forehead. He didn't brush it away. "Enough," he said finally.
That was the same kind of answer he'd given me all year. Vague, contained, like he'd learned that specifics were dangerous. I took a step closer to the edge, then stopped myself. The drop wasn't sheer, but it was steep, and the ground near the lip was loose with gravel. I pictured myself sliding, tumbling, rolling down into that scar like a piece of trash. The thought made my knees feel weak. "So this is where—" I began, then couldn't finish the sentence. Ray's voice came softer. "This is where I saw him," he said. I turned toward him, but he didn't look back. He refused to meet my eyes. He kept his gaze down on the mine, as if it was the only thing in the world that mattered. "Ray," I said, my voice sharper now. "Tell me the truth." His shoulders rose with a breath and fell. "I have," he said. "No," I snapped. "You haven't. Not to me, not to Mom, not—" Ray flinched at my mother's name. It was small, but it was there, a crack in the control. Then he said quietly, "I didn't tell her." My blood went cold. I stepped closer to him, anger and nausea mixing in my stomach. "You didn't tell her what?" I demanded, though my mind already held the answer like a loaded gun. Ray swallowed. His throat worked. "I didn't tell her where I last saw Stanley," he said. Hearing my father's name spoken so plainly, in that restrained tone, made something in my chest twist painfully. It didn't feel like nostalgia. It felt like a hook. I stared at Ray, waiting. He still wouldn't look at me. His eyes stayed locked on the black openings. "The day he went missing," Ray began, voice low, "I waited where he told me to wait. 20 minutes, maybe 30, I don't know. Time was weird." I felt my hands curl into fists at my sides. "When he didn't come back," Ray continued, "I went to the truck. I thought maybe he got turned around. Maybe he'd gone past me somehow. I called his name. I ran around like an idiot. I did all the things you do when you think a man is lost. Not—" He stopped, his jaw clenched. "Not what?" I pushed. Ray's voice dropped even further. "Not taken." The word struck me like a slap. "Taken?" I repeated, and I hated how it sounded coming from my mouth, like I was feeding a superstition. Ray didn't respond. He kept talking as if he hadn't said it. "I ran for a while," he said. "I wasn't tracking. I wasn't smart. I just moved. Called his name until my throat hurt. Then I ended up here." He gestured vaguely with his chin toward the pits below us. "I didn't think he'd come this way," Ray admitted. "That's the thing. Stanley was careful. He wasn't the type to wander off like that.
But when I stood where we're standing now, I saw him. My breath caught. Ray finally turned his head slightly, not toward me, but as if he was looking at the memory rather than the present. I saw a figure walking, he said, down there, toward one of the shafts.
I felt my stomach roll again. The air seemed heavier suddenly. My ears popped faintly, like pressure shifting inside my skull. "You're saying you saw Dad?" I whispered. Ray nodded once. "Clear enough to know it was him?" I demanded. Ray's mouth tightened. "He had the same jacket, same hat, same gait." He paused, and something like pain flickered across his face. "It was him." My thoughts scattered. Part of me wanted to grab Ray by the collar and shake him. Part of me wanted to cry. Part of me wanted to run away from the outcropping and never look down again. "And you," I began, then my voice broke with rage. "You never told Mom." Ray's jaw worked. "I told the sheriff," he said. "I told the PI. You just what?" I hissed. Ray's voice cracked for the first time. Just a hairline fracture. "I couldn't tell her," he said. "I couldn't put that picture in her head. I couldn't make her imagine him walking into that hole." The words made my chest burn. "She imagined worse," I snapped. "She imagined everything. You think not telling her was kindness? You think leaving her with nothing but maybe and most likely was kindness?" Ray flinched again, and this time his eyes finally met mine for half a second. In that brief glance, I saw something I hadn't allowed myself to see all year. Not just guilt. Fear. Real, animal fear. Then he looked away again, gaze snapping back to the mine like it was safer than my face. "I went after him," Ray said quickly, as if trying to defend himself before my anger could turn into something else. "I ran down, I climbed, I got to the entrance." My heart hammered. And there was no one there," he said. "I went inside a little, not deep, just..." He stopped, swallowing. Just enough to see darkness swallow the light. The wind gusted, making the trees behind us rustle. The sound seemed too loud in the quiet. Somewhere below, a rock shifted and tumbled, the faint clatter echoing up the slope. I stared down at the mine pits. The darkness and the entrances looked unchanged, unmoved by time. Like it didn't care how many years had passed. Like it didn't care how many lives had moved on without answers. "You went in?" I murmured. Ray nodded. "With a flashlight." He swallowed. He didn't answer me. Not one sound. Not a cough. Not a step. My mouth went dry. A horrible thought rose, uninvited. What if he heard you? "What made you think it was him?" I asked, voice tight. "What if it was just someone else? A hunter?" Ray's laugh was a short, humorless exhale. "Nobody's out there dressed like that," he said. "Nobody walks like that." He said it with certainty, and the certainty made my skin crawl. Certainty in a situation like this felt unnatural, like he'd decided something and built his life around it. I pressed a hand to my stomach. Nausea churned. Anger burned. And underneath it all, hidden like a second heartbeat, was something else. Relief. That was the part that disgusted me. Because, as horrifying as it was to imagine my father walking into a mine shaft, It was also the first time the mystery had a shape, a location, a direction. For years, Dad's disappearance had been a blank. Blank is the worst kind of horror because your mind fills it with infinite monsters. Now there was a mouth in the hillside. Now there was a path leading into darkness. Now there was a last image Ray had carried alone for decades, like a curse. My father, walking toward one of those black entrances as if he belonged there. "Why are you telling me now?" I asked. Ray's shoulders sagged slightly, as if the question weighed too much. "Because you're here," he said. "Because you're old enough. Because I can't—" He stopped. His voice dropped. "Because I can't carry it alone anymore." I stared at him. The wind moved through the sparse trees on the ridge, and for a second the rustling sounded like whispering. "You carried it," I said, my voice quieter now. "And you let Mom carry something else. Something worse." Ray's lips pressed into a thin line. He didn't deny it. I looked down again at the pits, a scar in the mountain, a mouth that had never closed, and I felt something shift inside me. Not courage, not strength, just inevitability. Because once you stand above that kind of darkness and hear someone say, "I saw him go in," there's only one place your mind wants to go next. Down. Into the place where the story stops being a story and becomes a hole in the world. Ray's voice came softly beside me, almost gentle. "You don't have to go any farther," he said, but he still wouldn't look at me when he said it. And the way his eyes stayed locked on the mine below told me the truth. We hadn't come all this way just to stand on a rock and talk. We'd come to finish something that had been started the day my father walked into the dark and didn't come back. We stayed on that outcropping longer than we needed to, not because there was anything more to see. Nothing about the mine changed while we stood there, but because moving felt like choosing. If I stayed on the rock, I could pretend I was still deciding what kind of person I was. The kind who turns back, the kind who goes down, the kind who keeps living with questions because questions are safer than answers. The wind worried at the thin trees around us. Below, the pits sat open and patient, dark mouths in a scarred slope. A bird called once, somewhere far away, and then went quiet again, as if it regretted making noise. Uncle Ray finally turned away from the edge. For the first time since we arrived, he looked old. Not in his face stayed controlled, but in the way his shoulders drooped slightly, as if the weight he'd been carrying all these years had pressed his bones down. He set the cooler on the ground with care and rubbed his palms on his jeans like he was wiping off something invisible. "I'm sorry," he said. The words surprised me so much, I almost missed them. "For what?" I asked, though the answer was obvious. Ray swallowed. "For not telling your mom," he said. "For letting you grow up with nothing but guesses." My anger flared again, hot and sudden. "You didn't just not tell her," I snapped. "You let her live in a nightmare you refused to name." Ray nodded once, accepting the blow. He didn't defend himself. He didn't argue. He just looked past me toward the woods, as if he couldn't afford to look directly at my face. "I know," he said quietly. "I know." Silence stretched between us. My heart hammered. I could feel my pulse in my throat. The mine below us seemed to pull on my attention like gravity. Ray cleared his throat. His voice stayed low, almost gentle, as if he was offering me something kind.
"If you want," he said, "we can head down to the entrance."
I stared at him. The sentence landed with a dull thud in my chest. Not shock, something more like inevitability. Of course he was going to say that. The whole day had been moving toward that line as surely as water moves downhill. "You mean go down there?" I asked, though he'd been clear. Ray nodded. "Just to the gate," he said. "Not deep. You don't have to go inside." He paused, then added the phrase he'd already used too many times to feel sincere. "You don't have to." I looked down at the pits again. The distance from the outcropping to the mine entrance wasn't far in a straight line, but the slope was steep and broken, littered with loose rock and scrub. From up here, the openings looked like black stains in the stone. The thought of standing in front of them made my stomach twist. "I didn't come here to go into a mine," I said, voice tight. Ray's tone stayed calm. "I'm not asking you to go in," he repeated. "Just see it, like I do sometimes." Like I do sometimes. The phrase was casual, but it carried weight. He said it like going to that gate was no stranger than checking the mailbox, like it was part of his weekly routine, like he'd trained himself to treat that scar in the mountain as a normal place to stand. I shook my head. "Why do you do it?" I asked. Ray didn't answer directly. He glanced toward the pits again, eyes narrowing slightly as if he was listening for something. Then he said, "It helps." The same answer, the same closed door. I wanted to say no. I wanted to turn around and walk back to the truck and drive away and never come within a mile of Cucumber again. But then the other part of me, the part that had lived with a missing father like a missing limb, rose up and demanded something I couldn't ignore. We came this far. We climbed, we sweated, we listened to the woods go quiet around us. We stood above that wound and heard Ray admit he'd seen my father walk toward it. To turn back now felt like accepting the blank forever. To turn back now felt like letting the mountain win without even trying. I swallowed hard. "Just to the gate," I said. "That's it." Ray nodded, and the nod was so smooth, so immediate, that a cold suspicion crawled over my skin. He wasn't surprised. He wasn't relieved in a way that looked human. He looked ready. "All right," he said, and he picked up the cooler as if this had always been the plan. We started down. Ray didn't choose the steepest path. He led us along the ridgeline for a while, moving sideways, searching for a gentler slope the way a hunter searches for a deer trail. Loose gravel skittered under our boots. Small stones shifted and tumbled down into the pits, making faint clattering echoes that sounded too loud in the quiet. As we descended, the air changed. Up on the outcropping, the wind had been clean, the sunlight bright. Down here, the wind died. The trees grew thicker around us again, but the birds didn't return. The silence stayed. My ears popped once more, sharper this time, and for a moment it felt like the world had tilted, like my sense of balance had been nudged off by something subtle. "You feel that?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Ray didn't look at me. "Just the hill," he said, but his voice sounded too practiced. We crossed a patch of ground that looked churned,
as if heavy equipment had once scraped through and left scars that never fully healed. Rusted metal poked out of the dirt in places. Old bolts, fragments of pipe, pieces of broken machinery half swallowed by weeds. Everything felt abandoned in a hurry, not retired gently. I noticed again that the vegetation near the pits looked wrong. Grass grew thin, leaves looked slightly duller. Even the green seemed tired.
As we got closer, I started to see the warning signs more clearly. Crooked posts, faded letters, splintered wood. Keep out. Danger. Unstable. Trespassers will be prosecuted. The words looked almost comical against the scale of the place, like a child's drawing taped to the mouth of a cave. Ray walked past them without pausing. I hesitated, my eyes snagging on one sign that had been peppered with bullet holes, the wood splintered around the impacts. Someone had taken time to shoot the warning into silence. Ray didn't turn back. That was when I realized something that made my stomach drop. If this were truly optional, if this were truly about my comfort, Ray would have slowed down. He would have checked my face. He would have asked if I was okay. He did none of that. He kept moving at the same steady pace, like a man following a schedule. I followed because stopping felt like losing. Because pride is a stupid engine, and I'd been running on it since I was 9. The mine entrance grew larger with each step. What had looked like a dark patch from above now resolved into a jagged opening in the rock face, edges rough and uneven. Splintered beams jutted out near the top, broken teeth and a mouth that had been chewing on wood for decades. Rusted metal bars framed part of the entrance, an old gate, bent open, no longer guarding anything. The closer we got, the colder it felt. Not dramatically cold, not like walking into a freezer, just a subtle drop, a few degrees, enough that my skin prickled and the hair on my arms lifted. And there was a smell. At first I thought it was damp earth and mold, which would have been normal. Then the metallic taste hit the back of my tongue, sharp and familiar. Pennies. The taste of iron. Blood without blood. I swallowed and the taste stayed. Ray stopped a few feet from the entrance and set the cooler down gently, like placing something at an altar. He turned toward me then, and his face arranged itself into something that might have been concern. "You don't have to go in," he said again. But the words felt staged. His feet were pointed toward the entrance. His shoulders were angled toward the dark. His eyes flicked past me, not at me, as if he was watching for my reaction, but not truly invested in my choice. It hit me then, cold and clear. His offer to turn back was performative. A line he said because he needed to say it to himself. Because he needed the story to be that I chose this, not that he brought me here. I looked at him. "If I said I wanted to leave," I asked quietly, "would you?" Ray's expression didn't change. "Of course," he said immediately. Too immediately. I stared at him, trying to find the human hesitation, the warmth, the uncertainty. There was none. He waited with that same patience, the patience that had carried him through a year of soft persuasion. The patience that didn't feel like a man waiting for your comfort. It felt like something waiting for your compliance. My throat tightened. I turned my gaze to the mine entrance. In daylight, it should have looked less frightening. Daylight is supposed to make things smaller. Daylight is supposed to expose details and take away the power of imagination. But the darkness inside the shaft did not look smaller. It looked thick. It looked like a substance poured into the tunnel, swallowing every ray of sun that tried to enter. The light around the opening seemed to dim, not because clouds passed overhead, but because the dark ate it. I took a step closer without meaning to. The air just inside the threshold was colder. It carried a different smell. Dust, metal, and something faintly sour, like old wet wood left too long in a basement. My tongue tasted pennies more strongly. Ray's voice came behind me, soft. "Just a few feet," he said. "Just look, that's all." I realized then that he wasn't standing beside me. He was standing behind me. Not close enough to touch, but positioned like someone guiding an animal forward. I felt a flare of anger at myself, at him, at the whole ridiculous situation. I turned my head slightly. "How many times have you stood here?" I asked. Ray's answer was immediate, quiet. "Enough." I looked back into the shaft. The darkness didn't move. It didn't flicker. It just sat there, waiting, patient as Ray had been. And something in me, a child part, the part that had listened for trucks and practiced hearing tires on gravel, felt a sudden, irrational certainty. This wasn't just a place where my father disappeared. This was a place that expected returns. I took another step. The threshold was a line in the gravel, outside light, inside dark, a simple boundary, a line that shouldn't have mattered. But as I approached it, my skin prickled more intensely, like static building. My keychain flashlight bumped softly against my keys in my pocket, a tiny metallic clink. Ray's gaze snapped down to it for a fraction of a second, then back to the mine. "See?" he whispered, almost to himself. And before my boot crossed into the shadow, before I could decide whether I was being brave or foolish or simply pulled by something I didn't want to name, I tasted pennies so sharply it made my eyes water, like the mine had already started taking me in, one small sensory detail at a time. Up close, the mine didn't look abandoned. It looked rejected, like the mountain itself had tried to swallow it back and failed. The warning signs were the first thing my eyes landed on, because they were the only human elements that still pretended to have authority here. Splintered boards on crooked posts, faded red lettering. Some of the signs had been battered by weather until the words were half erased, but you could still read enough to feel the intent behind them. Keep out. Danger. Unstable ground. No trespassing. One sign leaned so far to the left it looked like it had been trying to fall down for years and simply couldn't manage it. Another had been peppered with old bullet holes, the wood chewed and cracked, as if someone had shot the warning instead of obeying it. The effect wasn't rebellious, it was childish, like throwing rocks at a locked door and calling it victory. The gate itself was worse. It wasn't a proper gate anymore, more like the skeleton of one, thus rusted bars set into the rock, meant to block the opening, but they had been forced apart at the center, bent outward in a rough oval wide enough for a person to squeeze through. The metal looked strained, warped in a way that made my teeth ache, the way you feel when you see something that's been pushed beyond what it was built to handle. I stared at those bars and tried to picture the force it would take to bend them. A truck, a winch, years of weather and time. Or something else.
behind the bars, the darkness started immediately. Not 10 feet in, not around a corner, right there. A wall of black that didn't glitter with reflected light the way deep shade usually does. It absorbed the daylight so completely that it seemed to have a texture, like thick fabric hanging in the doorway of the mountain. I stood just outside the broken gate with my mouth dry and my stomach tightening in slow, unwilling coils. This was the point where turning back would still be simple.
I could say no. I could say I'd seen enough. I could walk away with the excuse that I'd honored the dead and satisfied the living, and now it was time to leave. I could have done that, but my body didn't move. I could feel Uncle Ray behind me, not touching, not pushing, just present in a way that made the air feel narrower. His silence pressed against my spine. It wasn't supportive. It wasn't companionable. It was like standing in front of a door with someone behind you and realizing that even if you turn around, you'll still be facing a boundary. "You don't have to," he murmured again. The words sounded rehearsed even here, even with the mine breathing cold air toward us. He didn't say it with warmth. He said it like a checkbox, a phrase required for the story. I didn't answer. If I spoke, I was afraid my voice would come out wrong. Too small, too shaky, too much like a kid. Instead, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my keys. The keychain flashlight was cold against my fingers. It was a cheap little thing, scratched and worn, the aluminum dulled from years of rubbing against coins and keys. I wrapped my hand around it anyway, like it was something solid in a place that made solidity feel uncertain. The button clicked under my thumb. A weak cone of white light snapped on, and for an instant my brain relaxed in relief, the way a person relaxes when they find a light switch in a dark hallway. Then, the beam hit the mine entrance and seemed to lose strength. It still illuminated, technically, it still showed surfaces, but the darkness beyond didn't retreat the way it should have. It held its ground, stubborn and thick. The light looked thin against it, like a single match held up in a cave. I told myself immediately that it was just the flashlight, that it was a cheap keychain light meant for finding locks in the dark, not for cutting through a mine shaft. That my fear was making normal physics feel like a threat. My brain kept trying to normalize. It needed to. It was desperate to. It's just a hole. It's just cold air. It's just mold. It's just your imagination filling the blanks. I forced my feet forward. The gravel at the threshold shifted under my boots, making a crisp, crunching sound that echoed in the opening. Even that small noise sounded too loud, as if the mine amplified it on purpose. I ducked slightly and squeezed through the bent bars. The moment my shoulders crossed into the shadow, the temperature dropped. Not dramatically, but unmistakably. Like stepping from sunlight into a basement. The air touched my skin with a damp chill that raised goosebumps instantly. I smelled it before I fully understood it. An ugly blend of damp wood, mold, and metal. It tasted like pennies. Worse than pennies, even. Pennies plus something stale and fungal. A taste that clung to the back of my tongue. I swallowed, and the taste stayed. My flashlight beam wobbled slightly as my hand tightened. Inside, the mine opened into a shallow tunnel that sloped gently downward, just enough that the outside light behind me began to die almost immediately. The rock walls were close, closer than they'd looked from outside, scraped rough and jagged, with damp patches that glistened faintly where the beam hit them. A few feet in, I stopped. Not because I decided to stop, because my body did it on its own. The instinctive part of me that had kept my ancestors alive in these hills hit a wall of silent resistance. I listened. The outside world was still there, faint behind me. A soft whisper of wind, a distant bird call that sounded too far away now. But inside the mine, there was another sound layered over everything. A slow, damp drip. Somewhere deeper in, water fell at a steady pace, each drop sounding thick, as if it was falling into mud rather than stone. The sound made the tunnel feel alive, like the mine had a pulse. I took another step. My flashlight caught a shape on the ground, and I flinched before I recognized it. A cracked lantern, half buried in dirt near the right wall. The glass was shattered. The metal frame was rusted and warped. It looked like someone had dropped it in a hurry and never bothered to pick it up. A few feet farther, the beam picked up more debris. A discarded tool handle, splintered wood with the metal end missing, a bent shovel head, a coil of rope, old, frayed, stained dark in places where it had absorbed water and time. The sight of the rope made my stomach clench. It looked too much like the rope I'd glimpsed in the bed of Ray's truck. The same thickness, the same battered wear. My mind tried to make the connection and failed, because the thought it implied was too ugly. Ray's presence loomed behind me. I could feel him rather than hear him, like a shadow that carried weight. "You see?" he whispered, almost reverent. The tone made my skin crawl. "What?" I asked, my voice sounding hoarse, smaller than I wanted. Ray didn't answer directly. He just stood there, letting me look, letting me absorb, like a man showing someone a place he considered important. I shone the light upward. That was when I saw the beams. Splintered wooden supports jutted out from the ceiling and upper walls at odd angles. Some were snapped clean through, leaving jagged ends that looked disturbingly organic, like broken ribs pushing out of flesh. Others hung half-detached, their nails rusted, the wood swollen and dark from moisture. The mine didn't look like a tunnel built by careful hands. It looked like a mouth that had chewed up its own teeth. My brain tried another normalization. Old mines decay, timbers rot, flooding, maybe, abandoned in a hurry. But even as I thought it, the scene didn't feel like normal abandonment. Abandoned places usually feel empty. This place felt occupied. Not by people, by the atmosphere itself. The air had a density, a damp heaviness that pressed against my chest each time I breathed. It wasn't hard to breathe, not yet, but it felt like breathing through a room that had been closed too long. I took a few more steps. The outside light behind me fell away quickly, thinning to a pale rectangle framed by bent bars. Even that rectangle looked wrong. It looked too bright, too far away, as if the mine had stretched the distance behind me. My keychain flashlight became the only reliable light. The beam touched the rock and revealed small details. Mineral veins that shimmered faintly, dark, damp streaks where water had run, patches of pale fungus clinging like scabbed skin. In places, the walls bore marks,
scratches and gouges that might have been tool marks, might have been natural cracks, might have been something else. I stopped again, squinting at one section. There were lines, not random scratches.
Lines that ran in a clustered pattern, overlapping, as if something had been dragged repeatedly across the same surface.
The marks were dark and shallow, the rock bruised. I leaned closer without meaning to. The smell intensified. Metal, mold, damp wood, so strong it made my eyes water. I backed off, throat tight. "Ray," I said quietly, "why does it smell like that?" "Like what?" he asked, still too calm. Like metal," I said, and felt stupid for describing it that way. "Like old pennies." Ray didn't respond for a moment. When he did, his voice was low and careful. "You get used to it," he said. That answer chilled me more than any ghost story could, because people don't get used to tasting pennies in a place like this unless they've been here enough times to adapt, unless the body has learned that the taste means nothing immediate, even if it feels wrong. I wanted to turn around. The impulse was sudden and sharp, like a hand pushing against my sternum, but I didn't.
Instead, I tried to ground myself the way I did at work when an engine problem didn't make sense. Focus on facts, on mechanics. The mine was damp. That made it smell like mold. Metal deposits could add a mineral taste. Rotting wood supports would make the air stale. It was older. It was abandoned. It was normal for it to feel strange. Normal. My flashlight beam trembled slightly. I took a slow breath and felt the cool air slide into my lungs. And then I noticed how Ray was standing. He wasn't beside me, shoulder to shoulder, like a normal hiking partner might be. He was behind me, slightly off to the left, close enough that if I stepped back, I would bump him. His posture was still, attentive, like he was watching not the mine, but me, as if he was waiting for a specific moment. The idea made my skin prickle. "Are you coming?" I asked, forcing my voice to sound casual. Ray stepped forward one pace, boots crunching softly on gravel, and then stopped again. "I'm right here," he said. "Right here. Not with me, not beside me. Here. Behind." I shone the flashlight deeper down the tunnel. The slope continued into a bend where the walls narrowed. The darkness beyond the beam looked thick, layered. The air down there felt colder, heavier, as if it had been sitting untouched for decades. I took another step toward the bend and felt the ground shift underfoot, not collapsing, just unstable in a way that made my stomach flip. Gravel slid. Dirt gave slightly. The idea of the tunnel collapsing above me flickered across my mind like a strobe of fear. I pictured beams snapping, rock falling, my flashlight clattering into the dark, my body pinned and the outside light shrinking to nothing. I stopped again, breathing shallow. Behind me, Ray's breath sounded steady. "You don't have to go farther," he murmured. The phrase again. The rehearsed comfort. I turned my head slightly, just enough to glance back. Ray's face was half lit by the faint daylight at the entrance. The rest of him was shadow. His eyes looked
darker in the dimness, reflective in a way that made me think of animal eyes in headlights. He wasn't afraid, or if he was, he wore it like clothing he'd learned to keep buttoned. "What are we doing?" I asked, and hated how small the question sounded. Ray's gaze flicked past me into the tunnel. "Just looking," he said. "Just being here." The answer made the hair on my arms rise, because he didn't sound like a man returning to a place of tragedy to grieve. He sounded like a man returning to a place that required his presence. I faced forward again. My flashlight beam touched the next section of wall and revealed something I hadn't noticed before. On the rock, amid the damp streaks and old tool gouges, there were faint marks that didn't look like scratches. They looked like smears. Dark, uneven strokes, as if someone had dragged a hand dipped in soot across stone.
Not one smear. Multiple. Layered. Half faded with time, but still there. My throat tightened. I wanted to ask Ray if he'd seen them before, if he knew what they were, if the I had seen them too. But something stopped me. The same instinct that kept me from calling Mom at 2 a.m. when I had nightmares as a kid. Some questions feel like opening doors. I stood there in the mouth of the mountain, keychain flashlight trembling in my hand, tasting pennies and mold. The outside world behind me looked far away now, framed by bent bars and a harsh rectangle of light that didn't quite reach me anymore. And in front of me, the tunnel waited, not rushing me, not chasing, just waiting. Patient as Ray had been all year, while my brain kept offering normal explanations that grew thinner and less convincing with every breath. Then Ray took one more step forward, close enough that I felt the warmth of his body behind me for the first time. His presence settled like a hand on the back of my neck, and I understood, with a cold, sinking certainty, that I wasn't alone in the mine. Not truly. Not anymore. The tunnel narrowed after the first bend. Not by much, just enough to make me more aware of the walls, the ceiling, the way the rock pressed in like a living thing. My keychain flashlight painted a weak circle of light ahead of me, and the beam jittered with every breath I took. Dust floated in it, tiny specks drifting lazily, as if the air in here had been still for decades and didn't appreciate being disturbed. I told myself we were only going a few feet. I told myself I was doing this for closure. I told myself I was not 9 years old anymore, and the dark was just the dark. But the taste of pennies in my mouth didn't fade. If anything, it grew sharper the deeper I stepped, like my tongue was picking up invisible rust from the air itself. The floor changed under my boots too. Less gravel, more packed dirt with scattered slate. In places it felt damp, spongy, the way ground feels near a creek. I could smell wet wood somewhere, deeper in, as if water had seeped into old supports and never left. Behind me, Ray's footsteps were almost silent. That alone should have frightened me. A grown man in boots should not be able to move that quietly. But the mine swallowed sound, and he moved like he'd learned how to move in it. I took another step, and the beam caught something on the wall that made my throat tighten. A band of darker stone smeared with black streaks, faint at first, then clearer as the light shifted. Not natural mineral staining, not random grime. Marks. Dragged, layered strokes like someone had written with a dirty hand. I stopped, squinting. The strokes formed shapes that didn't match any alphabet I'd ever seen. They weren't
Letters the way we understood letters.
They were loops and slashes and hooked lines, repeated in patterns with a rhythm to them. My flashlight trembled as I leaned closer. The marks were too uniform to be random, too deliberate, and something about them looked old. Not faded like decades-old spray paint. Old, like soot worked into rock over time, deep in the pores, like the stone had absorbed the meaning. "Ray," I whispered, voice rough. "What is that?" No answer. I turned my head slightly, trying to catch his face in the weak beam. Still no answer. The silence pressed against me. A cold thought rose, slow and slick. He's not right behind you anymore. My shoulders stiffened. I took a shallow breath and felt the air scrape the back of my throat. "Ray?" I said again, louder. The tunnel swallowed my voice and fed it back in a thin echo that didn't sound like me. I turned around. For a fraction of a second, my mind refused to process what I was seeing. Ray stood near the bent bars of the gate, backlit by the harsh rectangle of daylight. The light made him mostly a silhouette. Broad shoulders, straight posture, the outline of his head and jaw cut in black against the pale outside world. In his right hand was a pistol. He held it up, angled toward me, and the metal caught just enough light to flash dull silver. My body went cold in one instant, like someone had opened a freezer inside my rib cage. There are moments when your brain tries to protect you from reality by offering any explanation it can find, no matter how stupid. Maybe he brought it for safety. Maybe he heard something in the mine. Maybe he's pointing it past me. Maybe it's not loaded. Maybe I'm misseeing it in the dark. All of those thoughts fired through my head in less than a second, scrambling for purchase. Then I saw his hand. It was shaking. Not the tiny tremor of someone holding something heavy. A real shake. A vibration that ran up his wrist like his arm was fighting him. And his face. Even in silhouette, I could see enough to know what was missing. Expression. There was no anger in him, no warning, no fear, no hesitation, just blankness, stillness, like he'd stepped out of himself and left only the body behind. I opened my mouth to speak, but the mind stole my voice. All that came out was a thin sound, half breath, half whimper. "Ray, what the hell?" The pistol cracked. The sound wasn't a bang. In the tunnel, it became a detonation, a violent, concussive slap that seemed to hit the air itself. The noise reverberated off rock and wood and damp stone, multiplying, folding back on itself until it felt like the mine was firing too, the mountain roaring in response. My ears immediately rang with a high, piercing whine. My vision flashed white at the edges. For a moment, I couldn't tell if I'd been hit. I couldn't feel anything but shock. Then I heard the bullet pass. A sharp, furious snap that went by my head, close enough to make the air on my cheek feel sliced. It struck rock farther down the tunnel with a metallic ping, and the sound ricocheted back, warped and echoing. My body moved before my mind could catch up. I ran. The fear that drove me was pure and animal. Not fear of the mine, not fear of mystery. Fear of the simplest, most human thing in the world. Being shot. My boots pounded the dirt and slate. The flashlight beam bounced wildly, turning the tunnel into a strobing nightmare of rock and shadow. My breath tore out of me in ragged pulls. Another shot cracked behind me,
The muzzle flash lit the tunnel for a heartbeat, an orange flare that painted everything in harsh, trembling light. In that brief, violent illumination, I saw splintered beams overhead like ribs, and for a split second, the mine looked like the inside of a carcass. Then darkness rushed back in.
I realized something with a sick jolt. As long as my flashlight was on, I was a target. The beam was a bright arrow pointing to my exact location. My thumb moved without conscious thought. I clicked the flashlight off. The world vanished. Total darkness swallowed me so completely, I felt blind in a way I'd never felt before. Not like closing your eyes in a lit room, like being dropped into deep water at night. I ran anyway. I ran because stopping meant dying. I ran with my hands out, fingers spread, feeling for walls. My boots slid on damp patches. My shoulder slammed into rock once, pain blooming sharp and immediate, but I didn't slow. Behind me, the gunshot echoes still rang in my skull. My ears whined. My heartbeat was a drum in my throat. I heard Ray's boots now. Slow, steady, not running, not scrambling. The sound chilled me more than the gun. He wasn't panicking. He wasn't rushing. He was following like a man who didn't need to hurry. Another shot. The muzzle flash flared again, briefly lighting the tunnel like lightning. In that single flash, I saw the tunnel splitting ahead into 3 darker passages, 3 mouths inside the mouth. The flash was too quick to give me details, but it showed enough to terrify me. The mine wasn't one tunnel. It was a network, a maze, and I was running blind through it. The flash died. Darkness returned. I stumbled forward and my hand brushed something hanging from the wall. Rope, frayed and damp. It slipped between my fingers like wet hair. I jerked my hand back with a suppressed gasp. My lungs burned. Each breath tasted like metal and mold. The footsteps behind me continued, closer now. I flicked the flashlight on for the briefest instant, just enough to orient. The weak beam cut a pale cone through the dark and revealed the fork in front of me. 3 tunnels branching like veins. The left tunnel looked slightly wider. The middle sloped downward. The right was narrow and low, the ceiling jagged. My brain had no time to reason, no time to choose logically. I picked the middle tunnel because it was straight ahead, because momentum chose for me. I clicked the flashlight off again and hurled myself forward into darkness. My shoulder scraped the wall, my hands brushed rock. I felt my knee slam into something hard, pain flaring, but I kept moving, half running, half stumbling. Behind me, Ray's flashlight beam suddenly sliced through the darkness, stronger than mine, a bright white sweep searching the fork. The light flicked across the walls like a predator's gaze. I pressed myself tight to the rock and held my breath, heart hammering so hard I was sure he could hear it. The beam passed over the entrance to my chosen tunnel and moved on. For a moment, I thought I'd been missed. Then Ray's voice echoed faintly, not shouting, not angry, just calm. "Come out," he said. The words slid down the tunnel, softened by distance and echo. Another step, another quiet crunch of gravel. The beam didn't return immediately, but I could feel it might, any second. My body vibrated with terror. I forced myself deeper into the tunnel, moving as quietly as I could, which wasn't quiet at all. My boots still scuffed rock, my breathing still rasped. Every sound I made felt like a flare. I clicked the flashlight on again, only for a heartbeat.
The beam hit the walls around me and I froze. The tunnel here was narrower, and the walls were covered. Not with graffiti the way teenagers spray paint bridges, not with random names or crude drawings, with writing. Black smeared script stretched across the stone in long lines. It wasn't painted on in neat strokes. It looked rubbed in, dragged, repeated. Layer upon layer of hooked symbols and looping marks that crawled along the rock like something alive.
There were so many lines that the wall looked bruised, darkened, as if the stone itself had been stained. My breath caught. My stomach lurched. In the weak light, the script didn't feel like decoration. It felt like instruction, or prayer, or a record. I turned the flashlight off again, but the image stayed burned into my mind. I kept moving, deeper into the tunnel, half crouched now because the ceiling dipped lower. The air grew colder, the smell grew stronger, not rot, something sharper, fouler, metallic and damp, like a basement where something had been left too long. Behind me, Ray's footsteps paused. Silence. Then his voice again, closer now, echoing in the dark. "Stanley?" he called. The name slammed into me. Stanley was my father, not me. My legs almost gave out. I clamped a hand over my mouth to keep from making any sound. Ray's voice carried on, calm and steady, as if he wasn't hunting a nephew at all, as if he was calling to someone he expected to answer. "Stanley," he repeated softly. A cold thought crept through my terror, thin and poisonous. He wasn't calling the wrong name by accident. He was calling the name the mine wanted. I pressed myself against the wall, surrounded by black script that my flashlight had briefly revealed, and tried to breathe as shallowly as possible. My ears still rang. My heart thundered. Sweat ran cold down my spine. In the darkness, the only certainty I had was this. The man behind me with the gun didn't look like a man trying to kill me out of rage. He looked like a man performing a task. And in a place like this, where the darkness felt thick enough to touch, tasks didn't come from people. They came from deeper in. I didn't find the side chamber so much as I fell into it. The tunnel narrowed and then opened abruptly into a small pocket of space off to the right, like a shallow wound in the rock. I lunged into it without thinking, shoulder scraping stone, boots skidding on loose gravel. The chamber was barely big enough to stand in. The ceiling dipped low, forcing me to hunch. The walls felt damp and close, and when I pressed my back against them, the cold soaked through my shirt instantly. I killed my flashlight. Darkness collapsed around me like a hood. For a few seconds, I couldn't do anything but listen to my own body. My heart pounded so hard I felt it in my teeth. Each beat seemed too loud for the space, like the mine could hear it through the walls. My lungs burned from running, and I fought to keep my breathing shallow, quiet. The air tasted like iron and mold. Every inhale scraped the back of my throat with damp cold. Outside the chamber, Ray's footsteps continued. Slow, certain. Not sprinting, not scrambling, not the frantic pace of a man afraid his prey might escape. He walked like someone who didn't need speed because the place itself was on his side. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Gravel shifting under boots, each step measured. The sound threaded down the tunnel and curled into my chamber, amplified and warped by rock. I pressed my hand over my mouth to trap the sound of my breathing. My ears still rang from the gunshots, a high, thin whine that made everything feel unreal. Under it, I heard the faintest drip of water, somewhere deeper, steady as a clock. Ray's footsteps paused. Silence. In that silence, I became painfully aware of how loud silence could be. It wasn't empty. It was full of pressure, like the space was waiting to be filled with something. Then Ray spoke. Not my name, not even "hey" or "come out." He said, calmly, almost gently, "I know you're here, Stanley." The name hit me like a punch. Stanley. My father. I felt my stomach lurch and a cold sweat break across my scalp. My mind tried to insist this was impossible, that Ray must be confused, that terror had scrambled his thoughts, that grief had finally cracked his head open. But his voice didn't sound confused. It sounded focused, like a man calling a dog that he expects to come when summoned. "I know you're here," Ray repeated, still using my father's name. "You can stop hiding." My throat tightened around a sound. I swallowed it back down, forcing air through my nose. The taste of iron intensified as if my mouth had filled with pennies. Ray's boots started moving again. Crunch, crunch. Closer now, the sound of his footsteps was the only thing that seemed real. I forced myself to think. If he came into this chamber, I could rush him, grab the gun, fight, do something, anything. A desperate physical struggle seemed more manageable than the idea of being hunted in the dark like an animal. I shifted my weight slightly, testing the gravel under my boots. A stone rolled. The tiny sound was a gunshot in the silence. Ray stopped again. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard I thought it might fracture them. I froze, not even breathing. Outside the chamber, I heard Ray's breathing. Steady, controlled. Then his flashlight beam swept briefly across the tunnel mouth, casting a pale, trembling glow into my hiding spot for a fraction of a second. I didn't move. The beam moved on. My muscles trembled with held tension. Pain bloomed in my legs from crouching. Ray spoke again, voice low. "You can't stay there forever," he said. It wasn't a threat. It was a statement of fact, as if the mine itself would eventually make a decision for both of us. I waited for him to come into the chamber. I waited for the bright cut of his flashlight to land on my face. I waited for the gun to crack again, the sound tearing the air. But instead of stepping toward me, Ray's footsteps drifted past. Crunch, crunch. He kept walking down the main tunnel. My body flooded with a sick, desperate relief. He missed me. He was going deeper. That meant I could slip out behind him, run back toward the entrance while he went the other way. The thought flickered like a match in my brain, but as soon as it lit, it started to die. Because I knew what my own footsteps sounded like. I knew how loud my breathing was, and Ray's earlier shots had proven something terrifying. He didn't need perfect aim. The tunnel would make sure the sound found me. I stayed pressed into the damp rock, listening. Ray's footsteps slowed again, farther down now. His voice became fainter, distorted by distance and echo. "Stanley," he called softly. Then, a new sound entered the mine. At first it was so subtle I thought it was my ears ringing,
my brain inventing noise to fill the silence. A shift. A scrape. Not boots, not gravel under a human foot. Something heavier, deeper in, moving against stone. It sounded like rocks being nudged aside somewhere down one of the tunnels, like something had been lying still and was now adjusting its weight. The sound was followed by a slow drag, a scrape that made my skin prickle.
Not random falling rock, not the natural crumble of an old mine. A controlled movement, like something being pulled. I held my breath so hard my chest began to ache. Ray stopped walking. For a long moment, there was nothing but the drip of water and the whine in my ears. Then Ray began to mutter. At first, I couldn't make out the words, just the tone. Low, rushed, almost like prayer. His voice carried strangely through the tunnels, bouncing back in broken pieces. My brain tried to assemble the fragments. Please, I did. You said. A cold fear spread through me, slow as ink and water. Ray wasn't talking to me. He was talking to whatever was deeper in the mine. Then the air changed. It happened so fast that my body reacted before my mind could name it. A warm gust surged through the tunnels, pushing past my face like breath. It was warm in a way that didn't belong underground. Warm and damp, as if it had traveled through something living before it reached me. The gust carried a smell that made my eyes water instantly. It wasn't rot. It wasn't the sour stink of decay that makes you gag and run. This was different. This smelled like something burnt. Not wood smoke, not charcoal. Burnt meat. Burnt hair. Old smoke trapped in fabric. A scent so foul and unnatural it made my stomach twist violently, like my body was trying to reject it as a poison. It smelled like burning death. I clamped my hand harder over my mouth and nose, shirt pressed against my face. Panic surged. My first thought was toxic gas, one of those invisible mine pockets people talked about. CO2, methane, hydrogen sulfide, something that could knock you down before you even knew you'd inhaled it. But the smell wasn't chemical. It was personal, like something had been alive. Ray's voice suddenly rose, sharp and loud, cutting through the tunnels like a knife. "He's here!" he shouted. His words echoed back, fractured, multiplying. "He's here! I brought him!" My blood turned to ice. Ray's voice cracked with hysteria, with pleading fury. "I did what you asked!" he screamed. "I did what you asked! Do you hear me? I did it!" The sound of his voice wasn't the same anymore. It wasn't controlled. It wasn't rehearsed. It was raw, animal, torn open. He kept shouting, the words tumbling over each other. "He's here. Stanley's here. I brought him. Please." Then the shouting broke into something worse. Screaming. Not one scream. Many. As if the sound kept changing shape in his throat. As if it was being pulled out of him and stretched. My mind flashed hot with one desperate thought. Now. If Ray was distracted, if he was facing something else, this was my chance. I pushed out of the chamber, boots slipping on gravel. I didn't turn my flashlight on. I didn't dare. I ran blind, hands out, stumbling through darkness, guided only by the faint memory of where the tunnel had been and the thin rectangle of distant light that had to be the entrance. Ray's screams echoed behind me, bouncing off stone until they sounded like they were coming from everywhere. The warm, burnt stench still clung to the air, coating my tongue and throat. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs shook. I slammed my shoulder into a wall once, pain exploding, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. Somewhere behind me, Ray's screaming reached a peak, so loud it felt like it might rupture my ears completely. And then, abruptly, it stopped. Not fading, not trailing off into a final sob. It stopped, like someone had cut the sound at the source. The sudden silence was worse than the screaming. It left a hollow that swallowed my thoughts. I didn't look back. I didn't slow down. I ran harder because the silence told me something I didn't want to understand. Whatever had made Ray scream was done with him, and now it might have room for me. At last, a faint glow appeared ahead, weak but real. Daylight filtered through bent bars. The entrance. I surged toward it, gravel skittering under my boots, hands scraping rock as I forced myself forward. I burst through the gate and into the open air. Daylight hit me like a slap. The brightness made my eyes water. The wind outside felt cold and clean against my sweat-soaked skin. I sucked in a breath of spring air so hard it hurt, and the normal smell of leaves and dirt and sunlight filled my lungs like salvation. I stumbled a few steps away from the entrance and bent over, hands on my knees, gagging, not from exertion alone, but from the lingering taste of burnt death coating my mouth. I expected to hear something behind me, footsteps, a voice, another gunshot, but there was nothing. The mine entrance sat there, in daylight, dark and still, as if it had never contained screaming at all, as if it had never held a man at gunpoint, as if it was just a hole in the rock, and my terror was a childish invention. The silence was so complete, so calm, that for a split second I wondered if I'd imagined everything. Then I looked down at my shaking hands, black grit smeared across my palms from the walls, and I knew the truth. The mine hadn't chased me. It hadn't needed to. It had simply opened its mouth, let me hear what it could do to a man, and then gone quiet again, patient as stone, as if it knew the real horror wasn't what happened inside. The real horror was that it could happen and leave no sound behind. I didn't run back to the truck. Not at first. The mine spat me out into daylight, and my body kept moving on instinct, stumbling uphill through brush and loose rock as if the mountain itself might reach out and hook my ankle if I slowed. My lungs burned. My throat felt scraped raw, coated with that impossible smell. Burnt, metallic, wrong. Every breath tasted like pennies and smoke. Behind me, the mine stayed quiet. Too quiet. That silence followed me like a hand on the back of my neck, urging me faster. Ray's screaming had stopped so abruptly it didn't feel like an ending. It felt like a door closing. I climbed until my legs finally betrayed me. My knees buckled and I caught myself on a sapling, bark rough in my palm. I stood there, shaking, bent forward, trying to pull air into my chest without gagging. The woods around me looked ordinary. Leaves, sunlight, insects buzzing again, tentative, like the forest had waited until the mine was finished before it restarted its song. That normalcy was obscene. I started moving again, not running now, walking fast, half stumbling, following the direction we'd come from. The path didn't look familiar from this angle. Everything in the woods looks the same when your brain is flooded with adrenaline. The trees blurred, the ground tilted. My ears still rang faintly, and every so often I'd hear it again. The last fraction of Ray's scream cutting off mid-breath, like a tape snapped. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, to see a flash of light through the trees, to feel the sudden impact of a bullet. None of it happened. That was worse. By the time I saw the faint glint of my truck through thinning brush, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the key fob. I hit unlock twice before I heard the chirp. I yanked the door open, dove into the driver's seat, and slammed it shut, as if a thin sheet of metal could protect me from whatever lived inside the hillside.
For a long moment,
I just sat there, staring at the windshield. My chest rose and fell in jerky pulls. My stomach churned. Sweat cooled on my skin and made me shiver. I stared at my hands on the steering wheel and noticed how dirty they were, black grit embedded in my fingerprints, thin streaks of damp mud, small cuts across my knuckles where the rock had scraped me. My left forearm had a long abrasion, red and raw, dotted with tiny bits of gravel. I couldn't remember getting it. I turned the key. The engine coughed, then caught. The familiar vibration under my feet should have been comforting. It wasn't. It felt like another kind of noise, trying to pretend nothing had happened. I put the truck in gear, and then my hands started shaking again, harder, not normal fear shaking, full-body tremors that made it difficult to hold the steering wheel steady. I pressed the gas and the truck lurched forward, and the sudden movement made my vision swim.
the road ahead, narrow, winding, flanked by trees,
Looked like a tunnel of its own. I realized with a sick jolt that I couldn't drive like this. I couldn't drive safely. I couldn't even trust myself to stay on the road. If I crashed, I'd be trapped, hurt, alone. Exactly the kind of vulnerability that made my skin crawl. I pulled over at the first wide spot I saw, tires crunching gravel, and sat there with my forehead resting against the steering wheel. My breath made the wheel smell like old leather and fear. Get help. That was the thought that finally cut through the noise. Call the sheriff, call someone, make it real. Put it into the world where other people could touch it, see it, write it down, carry it with you. But my phone screen was smudged, and my fingers wouldn't cooperate. When I tried to unlock it, I typed the wrong passcode twice. The third time, I forced myself to slow down, to breathe, to press each number carefully. The screen finally opened. No signal.
of course. The hills always ate reception, the same way they ate sound. I stared at the little "no service" text, and something in me almost laughed. Not humor, hysteria. The land itself refusing to let me reach out. I drove again, slower now, white-knuckled, forcing my hands to obey. The road wound down toward town, past stretches of forest and scattered houses. People's lives continued along the roadside. A man stacking firewood, a kid's bicycle on a porch, laundry fluttering on a line. I wanted to scream at them. Do you know what's up there? Do you know what your mountain is holding? But I said nothing. I drove with my jaw clenched until my teeth hurt. The nearest place I could think of that would have a phone, a landline, something solid, was a motel in Quetta. Not a nice motel,
One of those low, L-shaped buildings with peeling paint and a flickering vacancy sign. Travelers used it sometimes. So did locals when they didn't want to go home. I pulled into the motel lot and parked crooked. My hands were still shaking when I climbed out. My legs felt rubbery beneath me, like they didn't fully belong to my body anymore. The office door had a bell over it that jingled when I pushed it open. The smell inside hit me immediately. Stale cigarette smoke soaked into carpet, cheap air freshener trying and failing to cover it, and that faint chemical scent of industrial cleaner. A woman behind the counter looked up. She was maybe in her 40s, hair pulled back, glasses low on her nose. When her eyes landed on me, her expression tightened. I knew what she saw. A sweaty man with dirt on his clothes, scratches on his arms, black grit smeared across his hands like soot, eyes too wide. I must have looked like someone who'd been in a fight, or someone who'd been in the woods too long. Her hand moved subtly beneath the counter, and I wondered if she was reaching for a panic button. "Can I help you?" she asked, voice cautious.
"I need to use your phone," I said quickly. "Please." She hesitated, eyes flicking over me again, lingering on the scrapes, the dirt, the tremor in my hands. Her posture stiffened like she was preparing for trouble. "My cell's not working," I added. There's an emergency." Something in my tone must have convinced her. Or maybe she'd seen enough in her job to recognize real panic. She sighed and nodded toward the phone on the counter. "Dial 9 first," she said. I stepped up. My fingers fumbled on the buttons. The plastic keys were slick under my sweaty fingertips. The number pad was worn, the digits faded from use. I dialed. The phone rang once, twice. Then a calm voice answered, "McDowell County Dispatch." The sound of that ordinary, professional voice almost made me collapse. "This is..." I started, and my voice cracked. I swallowed hard, forcing air through my throat. "My name is... I need deputies sent. Right now. My uncle tried to kill me." A pause. The tone on the other end shifted instantly into alert efficiency. "Sir, what's your location?" "I'm at the Keta Motel," I said, glancing around. "Off route, whatever. The one with the vacancy sign. But that's not where it happened. It happened at the abandoned mine pits north of Cucumber." Another pause. I could almost hear the dispatcher's brain filing the words into categories: domestic dispute, firearms, possible injury. "Your uncle tried to kill you?" she repeated, as if confirming. "Yes," I said. "He shot at me. He's still there. He might be hurt. My mouth filled with the taste of pennies again, sudden and sharp. My stomach twisted. I forced myself to keep talking, to keep it grounded. "He's inside the mine," I said, "or near the entrance. He was screaming." The dispatcher asked me questions in a steady stream. Uncle's name, description, what weapon, any injuries. My answers came out jagged. I told her pistol. I told her where we parked. I told her the general area as best I could. I told her I didn't know if he was alive. I almost told her the other part. The warm gust, the smell, the way the screaming stopped like a switch. But I hesitated. I imagined how it would sound out loud to a stranger through a phone line. It smelled like burning death. It came from deep down. He was talking to something else. The words stuck in my throat like splinters. The dispatcher's voice stayed calm. "We have units on the way to you, sir. Stay where you are.
"Do you need medical assistance?" I looked down at my scraped arms, at the dried blood in the creases of my knuckles. I shook my head even though she couldn't see me. "No," I said. "I'm okay. I wasn't okay. But I said it anyway. The call ended. The silence in the motel office suddenly felt loud. The receptionist watched me from behind the counter with a guarded expression.
"You all right?" she asked, and her voice carried that same cautious distance you use when you're not sure if someone is a victim or a threat. I nodded. My throat felt tight. "They're coming," I said. I stepped away from the counter and sat down on the cheap vinyl chair in the corner. The chair creaked under me. My legs bounced without my permission. I tried to make them stop. My mind kept replaying the last moment inside the mine. Ray's screaming, raw, distorted. And then, the sudden absence. Silence so complete it felt like a hand clamped over a mouth. I heard it again, in my head. The way his scream cut off mid-breath. Not fading, not dying naturally. Cut. A few minutes later, headlights swept across the motel window. 2 county cruisers pulled into the lot, tires crunching gravel. The sight of them should have been comforting. Instead, it made my stomach knot tighter, because it meant the story was about to leave my head and enter the world where other people could touch it and judge it. 2 deputies stepped into the office, one older, one younger. The older one had a notebook already in his hand. The younger one's gaze flicked over me, quick and assessing. "You the caller?" the older deputy asked. I nodded, standing awkwardly. "Yes." He gestured toward my hands. "Sit," he said. "Let's start from the beginning." They pulled me into the small motel lobby, away from the receptionist's ears but not far enough to be private. The older deputy's pen scratched paper. The younger one watched my face, like he was trying to decide how much of what I said would be believable. I told them everything I could say out loud. I told them Ray had brought me out there, that we went into the mine, that he pulled a gun and shot at me, that I ran, that I hid, that he called me by my father's name. The older deputy's pen paused at that. "He called you by your dad's name?" he repeated. "Yes," I said. "He kept saying, 'Stanley.'" The younger deputy exchanged a glance with the older one, brief, meaningful. I could tell what they were thinking. Mental break, trauma response, grief, something they could file. I tried to keep my voice steady. "And then he started yelling," I said. My mouth went dry. The next part felt like stepping onto thin ice. "Yelling at who?" the older deputy asked, pen poised. I swallowed. "I don't know," I admitted. "Not me. Something deeper in." The older deputy's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed slightly. I could have stopped there. I should have stopped there. But the truth pressed against my ribs, desperate to be acknowledged. "There was a warm gust of air," I said, "from inside the mine. And it smelled—" I hesitated. The words sounded insane even in my own head. The younger deputy's eyebrow lifted. "Smelled like what?" I forced it out. "Like something burnt. Like burning meat. Not rot, not gas. Something else." The older deputy's pen scratched again, but I could feel their skepticism in the way the room subtly shifted. The younger deputy leaned back slightly, as if putting distance between himself and my words. The older deputy asked in a careful tone, "You think there was some kind of gas release?" "No," I said quickly. "I mean, maybe, I don't know. But it didn't smell like gas, and it happened while I was hiding, right before Ray started yelling." The older deputy held up a hand. "Okay," he said, voice still polite, but firmer now. "We'll handle the mine. We'll send units out there. Search and rescue if needed." He looked down at my scraped hands. "You been in a fight?" I stared at my knuckles, black grit still embedded in the cuts. "No," I said. "Just rock. Running." The younger deputy's gaze flicked to my face again, and his expression was hard to read. Half concern, half doubt. I realized then, sitting in that motel lobby under harsh fluorescent lights, smelling stale smoke and cheap cleaner, that I could tell them everything I'd experienced, and it still wouldn't matter. Because there are only certain kinds of stories the county knows how to accept. Attempted murder, accident, gas blowout, anything that fits into a report. And the part that haunted me, the way the mine's air had turned warm and foul, the way my uncle's screaming stopped like a cut wire, didn't fit. Not cleanly. Not safely. The deputies stood to leave, promising they'd call me with updates once they'd checked the site. The older one's notebook snapped shut with a soft, final sound. Click. The tiny sound made my body jolt like it had been slapped. I watched them walk out into the daylight, their uniforms crisp, their radios crackling, and I sat back down in the vinyl chair with my hands trembling in my lap. Behind my eyes, Ray's last scream cut off again mid-breath, and no matter how bright the motel lobby lights were, I couldn't stop thinking about the mine sitting quiet in the hills. Quiet, as if nothing had happened at all. Quiet, as if it had already swallowed the evidence. They didn't let me go with them. Part of me understood why. Liability, protocol, the fact that I was shaken and bleeding and might have gotten in the way. Another part of me knew the truth. They didn't want a civilian near an old mine, not when the story already sounded bad enough to put in a report. So I stayed in Quetta. I paid for a room at the motel even though it was still daylight, because the thought of driving home and being alone in my apartment felt impossible. The motel room smelled like stale smoke trapped in fabric, no matter how hard the window unit blew cold air. The bedspread had that shiny, synthetic feel of cheap motel quilts, and when I sat on it, the springs complained beneath me. I showered because I couldn't stand the grit on my skin. Black water ran down the drain, mud, dust, flecks of something that looked almost like soot. I scrubbed my hands until my knuckles stung. The cuts burned hot. The black staining in my fingerprints faded, but didn't disappear completely, as if the mine had left a residue under my skin. When I got out, I stood in the bathroom mirror and stared at my own face. I looked like a man who'd been in a fight, eyes too wide, skin pale under the motel's yellow light, a thin red line across my cheek where I'd scraped a rock. And inside my head, the last sound of Ray's screaming kept replaying on a loop, the way it cut off mid-breath, sudden and absolute. Every time the loop reached that silence, my body flinched.
I spent the rest of the afternoon sitting on the edge of the bed, watching the parking lot through the blinds like something might come looking for me. Every time a car door slammed outside, I jerked. Every time the motel ice machine clattered, my heart jumped. Even ordinary sounds had become suspicious. Around sunset, my phone buzzed, a number I recognized, the sheriff's office. My breath caught. I stared at the screen until it stopped vibrating. Then it buzzed again, and I forced my hand to move. "Hello?" A man's voice came through, calm, heavy, familiar in the way county authority always is. "This is Sheriff Harlan." Hearing his name after all these years made my stomach drop. My brain flashed back to childhood, his hat in his hands, the folder on our kitchen table, the phrase "most likely" like a hammer. "Yes," I said quickly, "Sheriff." "I'm calling to update you," he said. "We checked the site." My grip tightened on the phone. "Did you find him?" There was a pause. Not long, just long enough to prepare me. "We found shell casings," he said. "Footprints. Evidence of someone moving through the entrance area. But no blood, no body, no firearm." The words landed in my chest like cold stones. "No body," I repeated. "No," Harlan said. "We had search and rescue out there. They went in as deep as safely possible. The tunnels are unstable. There are sections we can't access without significant risk." I swallowed hard. "Did they hear anything? Did they—" "No," he cut in gently. "It's quiet out there now." Quiet. Of course it was. Harlan continued in the same measured tone. "From what you described, and from what we observed, it appears your uncle fired at least 2 rounds near the entrance. We recovered casings consistent with that. We also found prints leading into the shaft and then losing definition deeper in." Losing definition. Like the mine had eaten them. My mouth went dry. "So what are you saying?" I asked. "I'm saying we're treating your uncle as missing," Harlan replied. "And given the history of your father's case..." He paused, and the pause had weight. "Your uncle is now also a person of interest. We'll be following up." Person of interest. The phrase made my stomach twist. Ray, my uncle, now filed under the same category as my father's disappearance. "We found markings inside," I said suddenly, before I could stop myself. My voice sounded thin, urgent. "Black writing, on the walls. Did they see that?" Another pause, this one subtly different, like Harlan was choosing how much patience to spend on my version of the world. "We did observe graffiti," he said. "Yes." "It wasn't graffiti," I insisted. "It didn't look like spray paint. It looked smeared, like it was rubbed into the rock." "Old mines get vandalized," Harlan said evenly. "Kids go exploring. Folks leave their mark. Sometimes miners used chalk or soot to indicate roots."
It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. That was the county's favorite phrase after "most likely." I clenched my jaw. "Did they find anything else?" I asked. "Anything that explains why he started screaming?" Harlan's tone remained calm, but a faint edge entered it. The professional boundary of a man who doesn't want to entertain what can't be measured. "There are pockets of gas in mines," he said. "Methane, CO2, hydrogen sulfide. A sudden release can cause disorientation, panic, hallucinations. It can also create temperature shifts due to pressure changes. My skin prickled. He was already building the explanation, already smoothing the story into something the county could survive. But the warm gust happened while I was hiding, I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. Not at the entrance, not when we walked in. You were under extreme stress, Harlan replied.
You had gunfire in an enclosed space, adrenaline, possible exposure yourself. Memories under stress can— I remember, I snapped, louder than I meant to. I remember exactly. There was silence on the line for a moment. Then Harlan's voice came softer, almost paternal. I'm not saying you're lying, he said. I'm saying there are explanations that don't require— He trailed off, and the unfinished thought was clear. Don't require monsters. I closed my eyes. The motel room smelled like stale smoke and bleach. The air conditioner rattled. Somewhere outside, a truck drove past on the highway, tires hissing on wet pavement. Can I come down and see? I asked quietly. The entrance? The evidence? Harlan hesitated. I'd prefer you didn't, he said. Not tonight. We've got the area controlled. We're still investigating. We'll keep you updated. The call ended with polite finality. Promises, procedures, a number to call if I remembered anything else. When the phone went dead, I sat there staring at the screen until it went dark. No blood, no body, no gun, just shell casings and footprints and an old mine that had once again managed to swallow a man without leaving a clean explanation behind. The next morning, I couldn't stand staying in that motel room any longer. The walls felt too close, the air too stale. I drove to the sheriff's office because I needed to see someone in uniform look me in the eyes and confirm I hadn't invented the whole thing. The building was the same as it had been when I was 9. Brick, squat, a flag out front that always looked a little tired. Inside, the fluorescent lights hummed with that same insect buzz intensity as my repair shop. The waiting area smelled like old coffee and paper. Deputy Knox, the younger deputy from the motel, met me in the hallway. He looked like he hadn't slept. His eyes were rimmed red and his jaw was tight. "We got your statement," he said quietly. "Sheriff's busy." "I just want to know what you found," I replied. He nodded and led me into a small office where they'd laid out evidence photos on a desk. Grainy prints, close-ups of the entrance, pictures of shell casings against gravel, boot prints pressed into damp dirt. Seeing the mine in photographs felt wrong. The camera flattened it, made it look smaller and less alive. But even in pictures, the darkness in the entrance looked thick. Knox pointed at one photo. "Casings," he said, "2 recovered near the entrance. We found footprints matching what you described, your prints and your uncle's." He pointed at another photo, the inside of the tunnel, taken with a strong flashlight. The beam revealed damp rock walls and broken beams, and there, faintly, were the black markings. They looked less dramatic in the photo than they had in person, but they were unmistakable. Dark smears across stone, repeated hooked lines layered like writing. "Graffiti," Knox said, tone neutral. "That's not graffiti," I said again, and heard the desperation in my own voice. He shrugged slightly, not unkind. "Folks draw all kinds of stuff in old mines," he said. "Kids, drunks, sometimes miners mark routes. Sheriff says it's not relevant." Not relevant. I stared at the markings until my eyes hurt. In the photo, they looked like symbols. In my memory, they looked like rules. Knox slid another photo toward me, a close-up of the entrance area, showing one shell casing lying near a small ridge of gravel. In the photo, it looked ordinary, just brass against gray stone. But something in it tugged at my attention. "Can you zoom in?" I asked. Knox frowned. "That's as close as we got. Why?" I leaned in, squinting. The casing lay at an angle, slightly tucked near a rock. The gravel around it looked disturbed in a way that didn't match a casing simply dropping where it was ejected. My mind flashed back to the moment I'd turned around in the tunnel. Ray had been standing near the gate, backlit, pistol shaking. He'd fired while mostly still. The casing should have dropped near his right side, bounced a bit, and settled in open gravel. But this casing, this one, looked like it had landed farther left than it should have, as if the shooter's stance had been different, as if the gun had been fired from a different position than the one burned into my memory. "Something wrong?" Knox asked. I hesitated, then pointed. "That casing," I said slowly, "it looks placed, or like it bounced weird." Knox stared at it. "Casings bounce," he said. "Rock, gravel, slope, they can end up anywhere." "Maybe," I said, but the unease wouldn't go away, because I knew what I'd seen. Ray near the gate, Ray shaking, Ray firing down the tunnel. If the casing didn't match that, then something about the scene didn't match my memory. Or, worse, my memory was incomplete. Maybe there had been another shot from a different angle. Maybe he'd moved closer than I realized. Maybe the mine had swallowed the space between us and stretched it the way it swallowed sound and light. Knox watched my face, and for a moment, his expression softened. "You're pretty rattled," he said quietly. I let out a humorless laugh. "You think?" He nodded, then leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Between you and me," he said, "that mine's weird. Always has been. Folks go missing around it. Folks get hurt. Sheriff doesn't like superstition. He likes paper answers." "What do you think?" I asked. Knox hesitated. He glanced toward the hallway, as if making sure no one was listening. "I think old mines are dangerous," he said carefully. "Bad air, unstable supports. People panic. People do things they don't remember. That's what I think." But his eyes didn't match his words. They held something else, something cautious and unsettled. He slid the photos back into a folder and stood. "We'll keep searching," he said, "as much as we can." As much as we can. It was the same phrase the sheriff had used when I was 9. The same boundary drawn around the unknown. When I left the office, the sky outside was bright and ordinary. People walked in and out of the courthouse next door with coffee cups and papers. Life continued. I sat in my truck for a long moment, hands on the steering wheel, staring at the building. 2 missing men now. 2 disappearances tied to the same scar in the hillside. And the county, once again, had only what it could hold in a report. Shell casings, footprints, vandalism. No blood, no body, no gun. Just a quiet mine in the hills, waiting like it always had. Patient enough to let the world explain itself wrong. 2 weeks after the mine, Sheriff Harlan asked me to come in. Not a formal summons. He didn't send a deputy to my door or put anything in writing. But the message carried the same weight as if he had.
Deputy Knox called first, voice careful, and said, "Sheriff wants to talk. It'll be easier if you come down." Easier. That word meant, we've decided what we're going to say, and we'd like you to accept it without making it messy. I drove to the sheriff's office on a gray afternoon that smelled like rain. The courthouse square looked the way it always did. People coming and going, cars angled along curbs, the flag outside snapping softly in wind. Everything about the world insisted it was normal. A man could walk into an abandoned mine, hear screaming, smell something impossible, and the county would still go on filing paperwork. Inside, the fluorescent hum met me like a familiar headache. A deputy behind the front desk nodded, as if I was already a case file, not a person. Knox guided me down a hallway into Harlan's office. Sheriff Harlan was sitting behind a desk crowded with folders and coffee cups. The same kind of desk as always, the same worn chair,
the same hat hung on a hook near the door. He looked older than my childhood memory of him, heavier in the face, eyes tired in a way that suggested he'd spent his life trying to make chaos fit into forms. He gestured for me to sit. On his desk was a folder with my father's name on it, another one with my uncle's. I felt my stomach twist. Harlan folded his hands and looked at me the way he'd looked at my mother all those years ago. Steady, controlled, the expression of a man about to deliver an answer he knew would hurt. "We've consulted with a couple specialists," he said. "Mining safety, search and rescue, a geologist out of Beckley. We've reviewed your statement and the evidence we recovered." He paused, letting the authority gather in the air. "And here's what we believe happened," he continued. I stared at him, jaw clenched. "In old mines," he said, "you can get what's called a blowout. Gas blowout. It's not Hollywood. It's not an explosion you see on the news. It's a release, sometimes sudden, of trapped gases, carbon dioxide pockets, methane, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide. Depends on the geology and the state of the tunnels." He spoke with practiced certainty, like he'd given this lecture before, like he'd been waiting to apply it to something. "These releases can cause a man to become disoriented," Harlan went on. "Panic, confusion, hallucinations. It can make you feel temperature shifts because of pressure change and air movement. It can make you smell things that aren't there. It can make you misremember time." His eyes stayed on mine when he said that last line. Misremember. Subtle, polite, but the implication was clear. You were scared. You're not reliable. I felt heat rise under my skin. "I didn't misremember," I said. Harlan lifted a hand slightly, calming. "I'm not accusing you," he said. "I'm explaining."
When a person's nervous system is flooded with adrenaline and they're in an enclosed environment with gunshots, I know what gunshots sound like, I snapped. I know what adrenaline feels like. Harlan's expression didn't change. "Then you know those factors can distort perception," he replied. "That's all I'm saying." His calmness irritated me more than anger would have. Anger would have been honest. Calmness was how you smooth the edges off someone's reality until it fits a file. "What about my uncle?" I demanded. "What about him calling me Stanley? What about him shooting at me?" Harlan nodded slowly, as if he'd been expecting the question. "We believe your uncle may have been exposed to a cocktail of gases," he said. "He may have become frightened, disoriented. He may have perceived you as someone else. He may have panicked and fired." My fingers curled into fists in my lap. "He wasn't panicking," I said, voice low. "He was calm. He was—" I searched for the word and found it too late. "He was performing." Harlan's gaze sharpened slightly at that, then softened again, as if he'd decided not to entertain it. "Regardless," he said, "he fired. We recovered casings. That's real. That's evidence. What we don't have is a body." My throat tightened. "So you're saying he's dead?" "I'm saying it's likely," Harlan replied. "Most likely." The same phrase wrapped in different words. If he went deeper into the shaft and got caught by another gas release, he could have lost consciousness, fallen. He could be in an area we can't safely reach. "And the screaming?" I asked, unable to stop myself. The screaming stopped like someone cut it off. Harlan's eyes didn't blink. "If a man inhales a high concentration of certain gases," he said, "he can lose motor control suddenly. He can collapse." He said it as if it explained everything. It didn't. The explanation hovered between us like a sheet laid over a shape too sharp beneath it. I took a slow breath, trying to steady my voice. "Sheriff," I said, "the warm gust didn't hit at the entrance. It hit while I was hiding. Ray had already been walking past me. He had already been calling my father's name. Then the air changed. Then he started yelling at—" I stopped before I said something because the word felt like a trap. Harlan watched me the way you watch a man who is about to step off a ledge. "Your timeline," he said carefully, "is based on your recollection under extreme stress." "No," I insisted, anger sharpening my words. "It's based on what happened. I know when it happened. I know where I was. I was in a side chamber off the main tunnel. I was pressed against the wall. I could hear him walking. The gust came after." Harlan's expression remained calm, but his voice grew slightly more firm. "And it's entirely possible," he said, "that in that environment, you experienced the release later than it occurred. Air can move unpredictably. Tunnels can funnel a release. You could have encountered a pocket while hiding." I stared at him. This was how it worked. The county could always find a way to fold the strange into the ordinary. Not because they were evil, because it was safer that way. I opened my mouth to argue again, then stopped, because I realized something with a sudden clarity that made my stomach turn. The sheriff's explanation didn't actually contradict my timeline. It just tried to make it meaningless. He wasn't saying the gust didn't happen when I said it did. He was saying it could have happened and still be natural. That meant my memory wasn't the weak point in his story. It was the lever he wanted to use to control it. I sat back in my chair, breathing slowly, forcing myself not to shake. Harlan slid a folder across the desk toward me. "We'd like you to look at this," he said. Inside were printed photos. The mine entrance, shell casings, footprints, the black markings blurred and dismissed as vandalism. There was also a copy of my statement, typed up, neat and clinical. I flipped pages without really seeing them. Then, at the bottom of the folder, I saw a plastic evidence bag containing my jacket, the one I'd been wearing in the mine. I blinked. Why do you have my jacket? Harlan's gaze remained steady. Deputy Knox asked you to leave it for evidence, he said. We checked it for residue, blood, powder marks. Standard procedure. I stared at the jacket through the plastic. It looked like an ordinary work jacket. Dark fabric, a few rips, dirt stains, nothing special. Then I noticed something I hadn't noticed before. A hole near one of the flap pockets on the lower left side. It wasn't a tear. It was too clean, too round. The fabric around it was slightly singed at the edges. The flap itself had a matching puncture. My stomach dropped as if the floor had vanished. I reached out and touched the plastic bag, fingers trembling. That, I whispered. That wasn't there. Harlan's voice stayed calm, almost gentle. It appears a round passed through your jacket, he said. My mouth went dry. A bullet. It had gone through my pocket. I remembered hearing a snap past my head. I remembered the ping off rock. I remembered running. I did not remember realizing I'd been hit that close. Because the bullet hadn't hit my skin. It had grazed me, grazed my clothing, and I'd never known until now. A cold wave of delayed terror hit me so hard I felt nauseous. How close was he? I asked, voice tight. Harlan leaned back slightly, eyes narrowed as if calculating. Hard to say, he replied, but that trajectory suggests he was closer than you described, or the angle changed. Closer than I described. Closer than I thought. I stared at the hole, unable to look away. My mind tried to replay the moment. Ray at the gate, silhouette, shaking, the gunshot, the darkness. If the bullet passed through my pocket, that meant it had been close enough to graze my hip. Close enough that if it had been an inch different, I would have been bleeding out on my dirt. And yet I hadn't been shot. Not in the body, not fatally. He had fired at me. He had almost hit me. And then he hadn't finished it. A chilling implication crept in, slow and poisonous. Either Ray didn't want to kill me, or something stopped him. Something redirected his attention, something that mattered more than the task of shooting. I felt my pulse in my ears. Harlan was still talking, but his words became distant. I caught phrases: no weapon recovered, search limitations, gas exposure. Then he said something that snapped my focus back. Your uncle is now the primary suspect in your father's disappearance. I stared at him. What? Harlan's gaze didn't flinch. We have to consider it, he said. Your father goes missing. Years later, your uncle takes you to the same area and shoots at you. That's not coincidence. My throat tightened around anger and grief. But there's no proof, I said. No body, no blood, no... No, Harlan agreed. And for the first time, his voice carried a faint weariness, like this was the part he hated. But it gives us probable cause to treat the case differently, to pursue Ray if he turns up. If he turns up. The phrase made my skin crawl. Like my uncle was now something that might appear, like an animal. Harlan pushed the folder slightly back toward himself, as if closing the subject. Then he looked at me with a bluntness that felt like old Appalachia itself. I'm going to tell you something, he said quietly, and I'm saying it for your own good. I held his gaze, jaw clenched. Let it go, Harlan said.
The words hung in the air like smoke. "Excuse me?" I whispered. "Don't go back up there," he continued. "Don't take it on yourself to investigate. Don't go looking for answers in old mine shafts. You got lucky. You got out alive." Lucky. That word rang bitter in my ears. Harlan's expression remained firm. "We'll do our job," he said. "You do yours. Go home. Stay away from Cucumber. If you remember anything else, you call. Otherwise, let it go." I stared at the evidence bag with my jacket inside, the bullet hole like a small black eye. Let it go. Like grief was a thing you could set down, like my father's name was a file you could close, like my uncle's screaming could be explained away by gas and pressure and panic. I left the office with my hands shaking again, the folder's weight replaced by a different kind of heaviness in my chest. Outside, rain had started, fine and steady. The parking lot glistened under gray sky. I got into my truck and sat there for a long moment, staring at the windshield as droplets gathered and slid downward in slow trails. In my mind, I saw Ray in silhouette at the gate, gun in hand, face blank. I saw the black writing on the walls. I smelled the warm gust. Burning death, not rot. And now, added to it all, was the image of that bullet hole in my jacket pocket. Proof that he'd been close enough to end me. Proof that he hadn't. Proof that something in that mine had shifted the moment from attempted murder into something I still didn't have words for. Harlan wanted me to let it go. But as I drove away, the taste of pennies rose in my mouth again, sharp and sudden, as if the mountain itself was reminding me of something simple. You don't let go of a thing that already knows your family's names. A month after Ray vanished, the county blew the mouth shut. They didn't call it that, of course. They called it a safety operation. They called it mitigation. They said it like they were sealing a pothole, not burying a place that had already swallowed 2 men from the same family. I found out the way everyone in a small town finds out anything important. Not from an official letter, not from a phone call, but from noise. I was at the shop late one afternoon, wiping grease off my hands with a rag that would never be clean again, when one of the guys turned the radio up. "Listen to this," he said. The local station wasn't good at dramatic reporting, but the announcer's tone had that familiar mix of forced calm and hidden excitement. He talked about county crews traveling to the abandoned mine pits near Cucumber with an explosives team. He talked about unstable tunnels, public danger, trespassing. He talked about sealing off the entrances to prevent future tragedy. Future tragedy. As if the past tragedies were already wrapped and filed away. On the tiny TV mounted in the shop corner, the evening news later ran a clip. Grainy footage of the hillside, men in hard hats and reflective vests, orange cones placed in mud, a sheriff's cruiser parked off to one side like a ceremonial guard. Then the explosion. Not a Hollywood fireball, but a sharp, violent thump that puffed rock dust into the air. The camera shook slightly. The hillside spat out a cloud of gray-brown debris that drifted in the wind like breath. The reporter spoke over it, voice bright with that strange human tendency to find closure in destruction. "Officials say this operation will secure the area and prevent others from entering," she said. "The sheriff's department reminds residents that the mine is private property and trespassers will be prosecuted." The clip ended. Sports highlights followed. At the shop, My coworkers went back to talking about the usual things. Tires, customers, how some guy's transmission was beyond saving. Someone made a joke about teenagers losing their spot to drink beers. Another guy said, "About time they did that. Those pits been a death trap forever." Overdue. That was the word people used most. At the gas station, I heard it again. Two men leaning against a pickup, coffee cups in hand, talking about the blast like it was a new stop sign being installed. "Should have sealed it years ago," one said. "County don't spend money till somebody dies," the other replied, and they both laughed the way people laugh when they say something true and ugly. At the diner, the waitress mentioned it casually while refilling my cup. "They finally blew that mine shut," she said. "Thank God. Folks been sneaking up there for decades." I nodded like it was just news. Inside, it felt like someone had put their hand around my throat.
Because for everyone else, sealing the mine was a public safety measure.
For me, it was a burial. And burials are supposed to come with a body. My mother heard about it the same way I did, through the news, through neighbors, through the slow ripple of town conversation. When I stopped by her house that weekend, the TV was on, volume too high as always, and the clip played again, on a loop in the afternoon news recap. The explosion, the dust, the reporter's tidy phrases. Mom stood in the kitchen doorway, watching the screen with her arms crossed tight over her chest. Her face looked both tired and lighter, in a way I hadn't seen in years. When the reporter said, "Prevent future tragedy," Mom let out a long breath. "Good," she said softly. I turned to her. "Good?" Mom nodded, eyes still on the TV. "No one else will get hurt," she said. The sentence landed like a brick. No one else will get hurt. That was what she heard in the blast. Relief, protection, an ending.
I felt the opposite so sharply it almost made me dizzy. Because sealing the mine didn't feel like preventing harm. It felt like locking a door in a house that still belonged to you. Imagine you find something rotten in your closet, something you can't explain, something that smells wrong. And instead of removing it, you just nail the closet shut and tell yourself the house is safe now. That's what the explosion felt like. Not removal, containment. And containment only matters if you believe the thing inside stays where it is. Mom turned the TV down a notch, almost absent-mindedly. "Sheriff said it's the right thing," she added. "He said he didn't want kids going in there. Said he didn't want..." She stopped, swallowing. Her eyes flicked toward me. "He didn't want more families dealing with this." More families. My stomach tightened. "You believe that?" I asked, too blunt. Mom's expression hardened slightly, defensive in the way grief makes people defensive. "I believe it keeps people from getting hurt," she said. "I believe it stops someone else from..." She couldn't finish. From vanishing, from being taken, from being swallowed. I stared at the TV screen, now showing a car commercial, bright and loud and stupid. The world selling normalcy. "Mom," I said quietly, "they didn't find Ray." She flinched, as if I'd struck her. "I know," she whispered. "And they never found Dad," I added. Mom's eyes glistened. She looked away toward the kitchen sink, like she needed something to do with her hands. "I know," she repeated, voice tighter. I wanted to tell her what I felt,
that sealing the mine didn't comfort me, that it terrified me, that the explosion felt like sealing a coffin you could still hear scratching from the inside. But I didn't, because my mother's relief looked fragile, like a thin layer of ice over deep water. If I stomped on it with my fear, she might break. So I nodded and said, "Yeah, good," even though the word tasted wrong. After that, I avoided the area. Not in a dramatic way, not by announcing a vow to never return. I avoided it the way people avoid things that scare them, quietly, automatically, with small choices that add up. I changed my routes. If a job at the shop required me to drive toward that part of the county, toward the roads that led to Quetta and beyond, I found excuses to send someone else. If I had to go, I kept my eyes fixed on the road and my hands tight on the wheel. I refused to look at the turnoffs that led deeper into the hills. I stopped buying gas at the station near that route, even though it was cheaper. I stopped driving near the creek road that had taken us toward the mine. I stopped taking back roads at night. Sometimes I'd see a road sign on the highway. Cucumber, 7 miles. The first time it happened after the mine was sealed, I felt my stomach drop, as if the sign itself had spoken my name. My hands tightened on the wheel so hard my knuckles ached. The sign was just metal and paint, but my body reacted as if it was a warning, or worse, as if it was an invitation. At night, I'd catch myself listening again, not for trucks anymore, Dad's habit had died with my childhood, but for something else. For the faint click I'd heard as a kid, the tiny, mechanical sound that always seemed to appear when the world went too quiet. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I told myself the mine was sealed, concrete and rock and steel, buried shut. But the way the explosion had looked on TV, the way dust had poured out like breath, kept replaying in my mind. And every time it replayed, the same thought returned, cold and steady. If the mine could swallow a man without leaving blood, why would a little rock and concrete stop it? One evening, about a week after the blast, I drove past the courthouse and saw the sheriff's cruiser parked outside. The sun was setting, turning the sky orange behind the ridges. The courthouse windows reflected that warm light like nothing ugly had ever happened in this county. I thought about going inside, asking Harlan what he really believed, asking if sealing the mine made him sleep better. But I didn't, because I already knew what he'd say. Let it go. That was the county's religion. Seal it, file it, forget it. And I tried. God, I tried. But the more I tried to forget, the more the memory of the mine sharpened. The darkness at the entrance, the taste of pennies, the way Ray's voice had changed when he started shouting into the deep. And worst of all, the silence afterward. The mine quiet as if nothing had happened. The mine quiet as if it hadn't just taken another man. If you seal something like that and call it safety, you're not protecting yourself. You're making sure you never have to look at the door again. And the problem with that, something I was beginning to understand in my bones, was that doors don't stop being doors just because you pretend they're walls. They just wait for the moment someone tries the handle. For the first week after the county sealed the mine, nothing happened. That was almost worse than if something had. Silence has a way of convincing you that you imagined the loud parts. It lets your brain begin the slow, desperate work of sanding down memory until it feels like a bad dream instead of a lived fact. I went back to the shop,
I worked late shifts. I changed oil and replaced brake pads and listened to sports radio hosts argue about nothing important. And every day, the world insisted on normalcy with an almost violent persistence. The shop's fluorescent lights hummed. The coffee pot burned. A customer complained about a bill and slammed the counter. Someone laughed too loud at a dumb joke. The Monday night football game played on a tiny TV in the corner.
Life performed itself like a script it refused to deviate from. I tried to match it. I started leaving the shop later than usual, partly because work piled up, partly because the idea of going home to my quiet apartment made my skin itch. The later it got, the more I could pretend my exhaustion was the reason I couldn't think. Around midnight, I'd stop at a gas station off the highway. Not the one near Cucumber, a different one. Bright lights, open parking lot, cameras on the corners like little black eyes. Inside, the air always smelled like fryer grease and cheap cologne, and the chemically sweet fog of energy drinks. The clerk behind the counter always looked half asleep. They'd nod at me without interest. The radio over the speakers played the same tired pop songs and the same cheerful voice reminding you about loyalty points and scratch-off tickets. I'd buy a coffee that tasted like burnt plastic and drink it anyway. I'd pick up a microwave burrito or a hot dog that had been rotating under heat lamps for an unknown number of hours. I'd stand there, chewing in the harsh fluorescent light, and tell myself, this is real, this is normal. Minds are sealed, men go missing, life continues. Then I'd drive home with sports radio on, letting the voices fill the cab so I wouldn't have to listen to the quieter thoughts. My apartment was small, second floor, a narrow hallway that smelled faintly of old carpet and someone else's cooking. The kind of place you rent when you don't want to spend money on comfort because you're not convinced comfort exists. Most nights I walked in, kicked off my boots, and stood there for a moment, listening. No reason, just habit. I hated that I'd started doing it again, listening the way my mother used to listen on the porch. Not for trucks, not anymore. For something else, for the click, for the shift in air, for the moment the world goes too quiet. The first time it happened, it was so small I almost dismissed it. I came home after a late shift, tossed my keys onto the kitchen counter, and started a microwave dinner. One of those cardboard trays with rubbery pasta and meat sauce. The microwave beeped and spun, filling the room with its mechanical hum. I leaned against the counter, scrolling through my phone, trying to numb my brain with useless content. Then, for no reason, I tasted pennies. It was sudden and sharp, like I'd bitten my tongue, but there was no blood. The metallic taste spread across my mouth and clung to the back of my throat. I froze, spoon halfway to my lips. My stomach tightened. I stood there, in my kitchen, under warm yellow light, listening to the microwave hum, and the taste of iron sat on my tongue like a memory. I tried to blame it on something simple. Cheap coffee, a can of soda, maybe the spoon, maybe the tap water. But it didn't go away when I rinsed my mouth. It didn't go away when I brushed my teeth. It faded on its own, slowly, like a scent dissipating. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling fan, listening to it creak faintly as it turned. My mind kept circling the taste, the way it had appeared without warning. Pennies, blood without blood. The mind's signature. The next day, I told myself it was stress.
trauma, the brain's weird way of replaying sensation. Then it happened again. This time, it was the air. I was walking down the hallway of my apartment building with a bag of groceries in one hand and my keys in the other. The hallway was narrow, lit by dim bulbs that made everything look slightly dirty. There were no windows, no vents. The air was stale and still, the way it always is in old buildings. Halfway to my door, I felt a warm draft brush the side of my face. Not a breeze, not a general temperature shift, a deliberate push of warm air, like someone exhaling close to my ear.
I stopped so abruptly the grocery bag swung and bumped my thigh. The hallway was empty. No doors opening, no neighbors passing, no vents blowing. Just me, standing under the dim light with my skin prickling. The warm draft was gone as quickly as it came. I stood there for a full minute, staring down the corridor, trying to rationalize. Maybe a heater kicked on in another unit. Maybe a door opened at the far end. Maybe the building's air pressure shifted. Maybe. But the way it felt, localized, intimate, didn't match any of those explanations. I unlocked my door and stepped inside, fast, locking it behind me. I didn't call anyone. I didn't tell myself I was scared. I just started living a little differently. I kept my TV on more. Not loud like my mother did, but present, a low murmur to fill the corners. I left lights on in rooms I wasn't in. I started taking longer showers, letting the sound of water drown out the quieter parts of the apartment. Then the click returned. Not at my window, not in my kitchen, in parking lots. It started with a sound behind me when I was walking to my truck after closing the shop. The lot was mostly empty at that hour. Sodium streetlights cast a sick orange glow over cracked asphalt. The air smelled of oil and damp pavement. I had my keys in my hand. The keychain flashlight clinked softly against the metal as I walked. Click. A small sound behind me, like a latch, like a piece of metal tapping against glass. I stopped. My muscles went rigid. My breath caught. There was no one. Just the quiet lot and my truck sitting under the light. I turned slowly, scanning shadows. Nothing moved. No footsteps. No whisper. The click did not repeat. I stood there for a long moment, heart pounding, then forced myself to keep walking. I told myself it was a bird, a loose sign, a piece of debris shifting in wind. But the parking lot air was still, and deep in my body, a part of me recognized the sound, the way a dog recognizes a scent it wishes it didn't know. Click. Not loud, not repeated, just enough to make you look, just enough to make you listen. The worst part was that it began to feel like the sound wasn't following me. It was checking on me, as if something had learned the shape of my routines and was now threading itself through them, testing where my attention went when the world got quiet. I didn't talk about it to anyone because saying it out loud would have made it real in a way I couldn't control. It would have turned my life into a story people whispered about in diners. So I swallowed it. I normalized it. I told myself, trauma makes you jump at sounds. Trauma makes you taste metal. Trauma makes you feel drafts. And for a while, that explanation almost worked. Then came the phone. It was a Thursday night. I'd worked late. I'd come home, eaten something microwaved and tasteless,
and fallen into bed fully clothed. The TV was on low in the living room. Sports highlights murmured through the wall. I remember thinking, right before I drifted off, that I was finally starting to sleep again. At some point in the night, I woke to a vibration. Not the usual polite buzz of a notification, a heavy, sustained buzzing that shook the mattress faintly. My eyes snapped open. The room was dark except for the dim light leaking in from the living room. My phone was on the nightstand next to my bed. It was vibrating. Hard. The sound was wrong. Not the neat rhythm of a call, not the double buzz of a text. It buzzed like something trapped, like an insect caught under a glass. Bzzz. I reached for it with a shaking hand and grabbed it. The screen was black. No incoming call, no notification, no alarm. Just the vibration continuing under my palm, relentless. My heart hammered.
The taste of pennies rose in my mouth. I tapped the power button. The screen lit up. Nothing. No missed calls, no messages, no alerts. The buzzing continued anyway. It was like the phone didn't need a reason to move, like it was vibrating because something else wanted it to. I held it tighter, thumb hovering over the unlock code. Then, mid-vibration, it stopped. Not slowing, not fading, stopped. The silence that followed was so sudden it made my ears ring. I sat up in bed, staring at the phone in my hand as if it had become a living thing. The screen remained normal, bright, empty, innocent. My breath came in shallow pulls. I listened hard, waiting for another sound to explain it. A neighbor's phone through the wall, a passing truck, anything. Nothing. The apartment held its breath. I got out of bed and walked through the living room with the phone in my hand like a weapon. The TV was still on, the sound low. A commentator talking about last weekend's game with meaningless enthusiasm. I checked the front door. Locked. I checked the window latch. Locked. I checked the hallway outside through the peephole. Empty. Everything looked normal. That was the point. That was always the point. The mine had been sealed with explosives, buried under rock and concrete, turned into a safety operation on the evening news. And still, something had followed me home. Not in a dramatic way, not by throwing objects or showing itself, by slipping into the most ordinary parts of my life. Taste, air, sound, vibration. Tiny disruptions that didn't leave proof. Enough to make me doubt myself. Enough to make me behave differently. I went back to bed and lay there with the phone face down on the nightstand. I didn't try to call anyone. I didn't Google anything. I didn't text Deputy Knox. I didn't do the brave thing people pretend they would do in stories. I stared into the dark until my eyes burned. And in the quiet, between the faint hum of the refrigerator and the distant sports commentary still leaking from the TV, I thought I heard it again. A soft click. Not from the window, not from the door. From somewhere inside my own apartment, close enough that my skin prickled as if something had leaned in to listen to my breathing. Just once, then nothing. And I understood something with a cold clarity that made my stomach drop. Sealing the mine hadn't ended anything. It had only changed the geography. Whatever had been waiting in that dark tunnel
didn't need the tunnel anymore. It had learned the route to me. I didn't realize I'd lost the flashlight until the third day after the phone incident. That sounds ridiculous, like the kind of detail a person would notice immediately. But trauma does strange things to attention. It makes your brain fixate on the wrong pieces of reality, on the sound of a scream cutting off mid-breath, on the taste of pennies, on the feeling of warm air in a place that should be cold, while it lets other pieces fall away unnoticed. For 2 days after the vibrating phone, I moved through my life like I was walking through shallow water. Everything felt slightly slowed, slightly muffled. At the shop, my hands did their work automatically, tightening bolts, lifting tires, wiping grease, while my mind stayed somewhere else, listening for a click that might come from any direction. The mine was sealed, the county said, blown shut and buried, safe. And yet my body didn't behave like it believed that. On the third day, around mid-afternoon, I found myself digging through my pockets at the shop, looking for my keys. I had a customer waiting, a guy with a dented Silverado who needed his truck moved out of the bay. I patted my jeans. Nothing. I checked my jacket. Nothing. I felt a spike of irritation, then a deeper, cold thread of panic. I searched the workbench where I'd been standing. I searched the counter. I searched the floor between oil-stained rags and scattered sockets. "Lose your keys?" one of the guys called, amused. "Yeah," I muttered, crouching. My hands shook slightly as I moved tools aside. It took me a full minute to realize what was wrong with my search. The weight in my pocket felt off. My keys were missing, yes, but so was something else I always felt. The keychain flashlight. That cheap little aluminum cylinder had been on my keys for years. It had been part of the sound my life made, clinking when I walked, tapping against metal when I tossed the keys on a counter. But in that moment, the memory surfaced with sudden clarity. Me in the mine, thumb hovering over the button, the weak beam cutting into darkness, then panic, turning it off, turning it on, turning it off again as I ran. At some point in that chaos, I dropped my keys. Or maybe I'd ripped the flashlight loose without realizing. My throat tightened. I found my keys eventually. They were in my truck, wedged between the seat and the console. I must have shoved them there without thinking when I got back from the motel. But when I picked them up, the flashlight wasn't there. The small metal ring held my house key, my truck key, the loyalty tag for the grocery store, everything except the flashlight. I stared at the empty ring as if it might explain itself. A cold sweat broke across my back. I hadn't lost it at the shop. I hadn't lost it at home. I'd lost it in the mine. The realization hit like a delayed punch. The flashlight was still there, inside that sealed darkness, buried under rock and concrete now, locked behind the county's explosives. It was down there in the dirt and soot and damp stone, lying where I'd dropped it, while my uncle hunted me with a gun. The thought made my stomach churn. Because that flashlight wasn't just a tool. It was a thread, a physical connection between my life and that place. And I had left it behind. All afternoon, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The missing weight on my key ring felt like an exposed nerve. Every time my keys clinked without the familiar metal tap of the flashlight, it was like hearing a voice say, "You left something. You left something important." When my shift ended, I drove home with my jaw clenched, knuckles tight on the steering wheel.
Sports radio blared from the speakers, but I barely heard it. My mind kept picturing that flashlight, lying in the mine's black dust like a dropped coin. Night fell early, clouds smearing the sky into a dirty gray. By the time I pulled into my apartment lot, the sodium streetlights had turned everything orange and flat. I locked my truck twice out of habit. Inside my apartment, the air felt stale, quiet, too still. I turned on the kitchen light.
The harsh brightness made the countertops gleam. The sink was empty. The living room was dim, TV off for once. I tossed my keys onto the kitchen table with a clatter and stood there, staring at them. Without the flashlight, they looked wrong, incomplete. I took a shower, trying to rinse the day off my skin. The water was hot enough to sting. I scrubbed my hands longer than necessary, as if I could scrub away the idea of the mine. When I got out, I stood in the bathroom doorway and listened. The apartment made its usual small sounds: refrigerator hum, pipes settling, distant footsteps from a neighbor's unit. Nothing unusual. I ate something microwaved and tasteless, barely chewing. I went to bed. Sleep came in patches, thin, restless. I drifted off, woke up, drifted again. Every time I half woke, my body listened for the click. Near dawn, I finally sank into a heavier sleep. And that's when I dreamed of light. Not the mine, not my uncle, not gunshots. Just a weak, white cone cutting through darkness, shaking as if held by a trembling hand. In the dream, the light wasn't helping me see. It was showing something else where I was. I woke up with my mouth dry and my heart beating too fast. Morning light seeped through my blinds in pale slats. The air in the apartment felt cool, still. I lay in bed for a moment, staring at the ceiling, letting my heart slow. Then, I got up and walked to the kitchen. The first thing I saw was the table. My keys sat where I'd thrown them the night before. The metal ring gleamed faintly. The grocery store tag lay flat. The truck key caught the light. And beside them, set neatly on the wood as if someone had placed it with care, was my keychain flashlight. I stopped so hard my breath caught. The flashlight wasn't attached to the ring. It was just there, separate, like an object presented. For a second, my brain refused to accept it. It tried to invent explanations. I found it and forgot. It fell out of a pocket. It was in the couch cushions. I must have brought it home after all. But the memory of the mine was too sharp. I had felt it in my hand, clicking it on and off as I ran. I had felt the metal bump against my palm. I remembered the moment the beam died and darkness swallowed everything. And I remembered, now with sick clarity, my hand coming up empty afterward. I hadn't brought it home. I couldn't have. Because it had been gone on my keys for days. My throat tightened. I stepped closer to the table, moving slowly, like a man approaching a snake. The flashlight looked the same as always. Scratched aluminum, tiny button, cheap keychain loop. Except for one thing. It was covered in fine black dust. Not dirt, not mud. Dust so fine it looked like powdered charcoal, like soot rubbed between fingers. It clung to the metal in a smooth layer, dulling its shine. It gathered in the creases around the button and the seams, like it belonged there. I stared at it for a long moment, then reached out and picked it up with 2 fingers. The dust smeared instantly. My fingertips came away black, stained as if I'd touched ash. My stomach rolled. The smell of pennies rose faintly in my mouth. I carried the flashlight to the sink and turned on the tap. The water ran clear and cold. I rinsed the flashlight under it, rubbing with my thumb. The dust didn't wash away cleanly. It smeared like graphite, slick and stubborn. It clung to my skin, darkening my fingerprints. I scrubbed harder and the dust spread, turning my thumb pad black, then my index finger. It felt wrong, not sticky like mud, not gritty like dirt. Smooth, fine, like it wanted to become part of me. I rinsed my fingers under the water, rubbing them together. The black stain faded only slightly. I grabbed soap, lathered, scrubbed until my skin turned pink. The stain remained, faint but present, lodged in the lines of my fingerprints as if the dust had found a place to hide. My breathing grew shallow. Panic tightened my chest. I turned off the tap and stared at my hands, water dripping from my fingers. The rational part of my brain screamed for action. Call the sheriff, show them, this is evidence. This is impossible. Call my mother, tell her something is wrong, something followed. Take a photo, document it, do something. But I didn't. I stood there in my small kitchen, staring at the flashlight in my hand, and the only thing that moved was my throat as I swallowed, because doing something meant admitting the mine wasn't sealed in any meaningful way. Doing something meant opening the door Sheriff Harlan had told me to let go. And somewhere deep in me, deep in the same instinctive place that had kept me quiet in that side chamber while my uncle called me Stanley, I understood something colder than fear. The mind didn't need me to believe in it. It only needed me to behave. I wiped the flashlight with a paper towel. The towel came away streaked black. I wiped again and again. The dust thinned but didn't vanish entirely. It remained in the seams, in the tiny scratches, in the places my fingers couldn't reach without picking at it like scabs. I set it down on the table, not on the key ring, just on the wood where it had been placed. Then I stepped back and stood there breathing, listening to the apartment's quiet hum. There was no note, no sign of forced entry, no footprints, no open windows. Just my flashlight, returned from a place that had been blown shut. Just black dust that stained my skin like a fingerprint from something else. My phone sat on the counter, silent. I looked at it, and for a moment I imagined dialing the sheriff's number. I imagined Harlan's calm voice. Gas blowout, disorientation, stress. I imagined the way he would look at me if I brought him a dusty flashlight and said, "The mine gave it back." I imagined the file closing over me like a lid. My hands stopped moving. I didn't pick up the phone. I didn't tell my mother. I didn't ask questions out loud. I simply stood in my kitchen and let the silence settle around me like dust. Then, as I turned away from the table, a taste filled my mouth. Faint at first, then unmistakable. Smoke. Not pennies this time. Smoke. I froze, tongue pressing against the roof of my mouth. I sniffed the air. Nothing was burning. The stove was off. The microwave was dark. The apartment smelled like soap and stale carpet and morning. but the taste stayed, thin and ashy, clinging to the back of my throat, like the mine had sent the flashlight home, not just to return what I'd lost, but to remind me where it came from, and to remind me, in the most ordinary way possible, that something sealed shut in the hillside could still reach into my kitchen and leave its residue on my hands. I swallowed. The smoke taste didn't go away, so I did the only thing that felt safe. I went to work, kept my head down, and pretended that sometimes objects return from the dark on their own, and that the correct response is to say nothing, to comply, to keep the door closed. There's a certain kind of bulletin board you only really see in small towns. It isn't organized. It isn't curated. It's a corkboard nailed crookedly to a wall near the entrance of a convenience store or a diner, layered with paper like dead leaves. Lost dogs, babysitting offers, yard sales, church bake-offs, old flyers that should have been taken down months ago but are still there because nobody bothers, and because, in a place like ours, time doesn't move in clean lines. It piles up. A week after my flashlight came back, I stopped at a convenience store just off the highway on my way home from the shop. Not the Cucumber Quick Mart, never that one anymore. This place was closer to town, the kind of store with a flickering open sign and a floor that always felt slightly sticky. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A couple teenagers stood by the soda coolers laughing too loud. Behind the counter, the clerk, an older woman with tired eyes, watched the door the way people do when they've worked too many night shifts. I went in for coffee, even though I didn't want it. I went in because stopping somewhere bright and public felt safer than driving straight home into my quiet apartment where a click could come from any corner. The coffee tasted burnt, like always. I paid, nodded at the clerk, and turned toward the door. That's when I saw the bulletin board. It was mounted near the exit, beside a rack of local newspapers. A mess of flyers pinned over each other, edges curled, colors faded. There was a handwritten "Lost Cat" sign with a blurry photo of a tabby. A flyer advertising a gun raffle for the volunteer fire department. A church announcement for a Wednesday night potluck. A yard sale notice with "No early birds" written in angry marker. Normal. Mundane. The kind of board you glance at without thinking. I don't know why I stopped. Maybe because I was stalling. Maybe because my brain was searching for patterns, for something it could hold on to that wasn't mine air and black dust. Maybe because, after the flashlight returned, I'd started watching the world more closely, the way you watch a room after you've heard a noise that proves you're not alone. I sipped my coffee and scanned the papers. Then my eyes snagged on a white sheet of printer paper pinned near the bottom, half covered by an old flyer. A missing person poster. It wasn't glossy like the ones you see on TV, just a simple printout. Black and white photo in the center, bold letters at the top. Missing. Underneath, a name. Jason Mullins. I didn't know him personally, but the last name was familiar. Mullins families were everywhere around here. Coal country roots, big family trees, cousins of cousins. The photo showed a man in his 40s, with a tired smile, baseball cap. The kind of face you'd see at a gas station and not remember 5 minutes later. Below the photo, a description. Height, weight, what he was last seen wearing, a phone number, a county case number,
Then a line in smaller text near the bottom. A line that made my stomach drop so hard it felt like the floor shifted. He may be confused if you call his name. I stared at the sentence until the words blurred. He may be confused if you call his name. My tongue tasted smoke. I read it again, slow. Confused if you call his name. I didn't breathe for a moment. My chest tightened, my fingers went cold around the paper cup. Because that line didn't belong on a normal missing poster. You put approach with caution if someone is dangerous. You put may be disoriented if someone is injured. You put responds to whistles if you're looking for a lost dog.
You don't put don't call his name unless someone learns something ugly the hard way. Unless calling out had made things worse. Unless there was a pattern. The world around me faded slightly. The teenagers laughing, the hum of the lights, the crinkle of a chip bag behind the counter. All I could see was that sentence. I heard Ray's voice echo in the mine. I know you're here, Stanley. I heard my own breathing in that side chamber. I saw the bullet hole in my jacket pocket. I saw the flashlight on my kitchen table, black dust smearing my fingerprints like a warning. My mouth went dry. I leaned closer to the poster and read the details beneath the line. Last seen near Cucumber. My vision narrowed. Of course, near Cucumber. Near the scar in the hillside that the county had tried to bury. My hand moved without conscious permission. I touched the edge of the paper, fingertips brushing the corner as if contact would confirm it was real. The paper was slightly damp, probably from the store's humidity and the steady traffic of bodies moving in and out. The ink smelled faintly of toner. Real. I forced myself to read the poster like a normal person. If you have any information, please contact. But my brain wasn't interested in the polite language. It was stuck on that one line, the one that sounded like a rule. Don't call his name. Because names matter. Because names can be hooks. Because someone had learned that calling out didn't pull a missing person back. It pulled something else closer. A clerk's voice behind me made me jump. "You okay, hun?" she asked. I turned too fast, coffee sloshing. The clerk looked at me with mild concern, not suspicion, like she recognized the face of someone reading a bad flyer. "Yeah," I lied, forcing a weak smile. I think I knew his cousin." The lie tasted bitter. The clerk nodded slowly. "Sad thing," she said. "He went out toward them old pits." Folks keep doing that, like they can't help themselves. Them old pits. I swallowed hard. "He went out there on purpose?" I asked, trying to sound casual. The clerk shrugged. "That's what they say. Four-wheeler ride, maybe? Some folks say he was hunting. Some folks say he was looking for scrap." She lowered her voice slightly, the way people do when they're about to step into superstition. "And some folks say..." She didn't finish. I waited, heart pounding. She glanced toward the teenagers by the soda coolers, then leaned in a fraction. "Some folks say the mines call people," she whispered. My skin prickled. "That's stupid," I said automatically, the county's religion of rational answers rising in me like reflex. The clerk didn't argue. She just looked tired. "Stupid or not," she murmured, "people keep going missing out that way." I turned back to the poster. My eyes moved over the details again, but now my mind began to connect dots I'd tried not to connect. Dad, missing near the woods east of Quetta. with rumors of old mine pits near Cucumber. Ray vanished after bringing me to the mine in screaming into the dark. Now Jason Mullins, missing near Cucumber. How many more? How many missing posters had been pinned to bulletin boards like this over decades? How many had been ripped down by family members when hope turned into embarrassment? How many names had been spoken into those woods, called out loud and desperate, and then answered only by silence? I felt sick, because the line on the poster suggested someone had been paying attention. Not just grieving family members, but law enforcement, search teams, people who had learned, quietly, reluctantly, that shouting a name into the woods didn't always help. It could confuse, it could trigger, it could, God help me, call the wrong thing. I stepped back from the board and forced my legs to move toward the door. The bell jingled overhead as I pushed it open. Cold air hit my face, clean and sharp, and for a moment it felt like relief. Then I realized I'd memorized the sentence. It sat in my head like a warning carved into bone. He may be confused if you call his name. Outside, the parking lot was bright with streetlights. Cars sat in neat rows. The world looked safe. I walked to my truck with my keys in my hand. The flashlight clinked softly against the metal ring, a tiny sound that made my stomach tighten. I unlocked the door. As I slid into the driver's seat, I glanced back at the convenience store window. The bulletin board was visible through the glass, a messy patchwork of paper in the harsh light. The missing poster was just another sheet pinned among yard sales and lost cats. Just another name. I started the engine. The radio came on automatically, sports talk loud and meaningless. I turned it up without thinking. As I pulled out of the lot, my gaze snagged on a road sign at the intersection. Cucumber, 12 miles. My stomach knotted. I looked away quickly, eyes fixed on the road ahead. But the thought had already rooted itself in my mind, cold and steady. If the county had learned not to call a missing person's name, then someone had already tried. And whatever happened when they tried was bad enough that it became a rule, quietly printed on a poster like it was common sense. I drove home with the radio blaring, jaw clenched, heart pounding, and for the rest of the night, no matter what I did, no matter how loudly the TV spoke, no matter how bright the lights were, I couldn't stop seeing that line on the page. Because it didn't feel like a warning for Jason Mullins. It felt like a warning for anyone who still believed missing people could be called back. For 3 days after I saw the poster, I tried to do what Sheriff Harlan had told me to do. I tried to let it go. I went to work. I kept my head down. I listened to sports radio and nodded at customers and pretended the world was simple enough to hold in 2 hands. I avoided the topic. I avoided the road signs. I avoided thinking about Jason Mullins' face printed in black and white. But the line on that poster had lodged in me like a splinter. He may be confused if you call his name. It wasn't just a warning. It was a rule. Printed, formal, learned. And the longer I sat with it, the more a cold certainty grew. Someone in law enforcement knew more than they admitted. Someone had seen patterns. Someone had decided the safest way to handle those patterns was to label them with words like gas and disorientation and move on. By the 4th day, I couldn't stand it. So I called Deputy Knox. Not the main line, his cell. The number he'd given me quietly after the mine. The way people give numbers when they think they might need to share something later without their boss hearing. He picked up on the second ring. "What's up?" he asked. His voice sounded tired. "I saw a missing poster," I said. "Jason Mullins." Silence on the line. Then Knox exhaled. "Yeah," he said. "We know." "The poster said something," I continued. My throat felt tight. "It said he might be confused if you call his name." Another pause. Knox's voice dropped. "Where'd you see that?" "At a convenience store," I said, "off the highway." Knox didn't respond immediately. I could hear faint noise on his end, radio chatter maybe, or the hum of a car engine. Then he said, carefully, "You shouldn't be looking at that stuff." "Why is it on the poster?" I demanded. "Why would the sheriff's office put that line on a poster unless it happened before?" Knox didn't answer. The silence was an answer in itself. "Meet me," I said. "Off the record." Knox hesitated. "You know I can't. Just talk," I pressed. "I'm not asking you to break into files. I'm asking you to tell me if I'm crazy." The word came out harsher than I meant. Knox sighed. "Where?" "Diner by the courthouse," I said. "After your shift." Another pause. Then, "All right," he said quietly. "But you didn't hear it from me." That evening, the diner smelled like it always did. Burnt coffee, fried grease, and old vinyl seats warmed by bodies. The neon sign outside buzzed faintly in the window. Families sat in booths with kids coloring on placemats. Old men in ball caps drank coffee like it was medicine. Everything about the place was ordinary. Knox slid into the booth across from me wearing plain clothes, not a uniform. That alone told me he meant it when he said, "off the record." His hair was slightly messy. Dark circles sat under his eyes. He ordered coffee and didn't touch it. We stared at each other for a moment in the noise of the diner. Then Knox said low, "You've been stirring stuff up again." "I'm not stirring anything," I replied. "I'm reading what your department prints." Knox's jaw tightened. "That line shouldn't have been on that poster," he muttered. "Harlan's gonna chew somebody out." "So it's real," I said, leaning forward. "Name confusion is real." Knox's gaze flicked to the booths around us, checking who might be listening. Then he leaned in too. "There are notes," he said quietly, "from other cases." My skin prickled. "What kind of notes?" I asked. Knox hesitated like he was arguing with himself. Then he said, "Search logs, statements, stuff people say when they're panicking, stuff that doesn't make it into the official summary." He took a slow breath through his nose. "It happens more than you'd think," he admitted. "A family member goes missing, and someone swears they heard them, or saw them, or the missing person acted wrong." My throat went dry. Wrong how? Knox's eyes held mine for a beat, and in that look, I saw the same thing I'd seen in Ray's eyes on the outcropping. Fear carefully restrained. "Confused," he said. "Or like they didn't recognize their own name." My fingers tightened on the edge of the table. "And the dust?" I asked. I forced the word out, even though it sounded insane. "Black dust." Knox's mouth tightened. "You told us about your flashlight," he said. "I didn't tell the sheriff about the flashlight," I corrected, voice sharp. Knox's eyes widened slightly. You told nobody? No, I said. A flicker of something crossed his face. Respect, maybe. Or dread. Knox lowered his voice further. I've heard about dust, he admitted. Not always, not in every case, but sometimes. From where? I demanded. He glanced around again, then said, from old shafts, from places that should just be dirt. People come out with it on their hands like soot. They wash it, it sticks. My stomach rolled. And warm drafts? I pressed. Pressure shifts? Knox's jaw clenched. Sometimes, he said. And it always gets labeled gas, because gas is the only explanation that keeps people from... He stopped. From what? I asked. Knox's eyes flicked up to mine. From doing stupid things, he said. From going back. From turning a missing person case into a ghost story that makes the whole county lose its mind. He said it like a moral argument, but his expression didn't match the righteousness. It matched fear. So you've seen it, I whispered. Or you've heard enough to believe it. Knox took a slow sip of coffee and made a face like it tasted bad. I believe minds are dangerous, he said. I believe people panic. I believe grief makes you see things. And you believe gas explains everything? I asked. Knox didn't answer right away. Then he said very quietly, gas is what we write down. The sentence chilled me. Not because it was supernatural, because it sounded like policy. Like something the county had learned to say to keep a lid on something it couldn't control. I leaned back, throat tight. So what about Jason Mullins? I asked. Knox shook his head. He's missing, he said. Same as your dad, same as Ray. And Harlan sealed the mine, I said bitterly, so people would stop going missing. Knox's eyes didn't leave mine. People don't stop, he said. They never stop. Even when you blow it shut, they find another way, another opening, another pit, another place to go looking. Go looking. The words made my stomach tighten. I left the diner with Knox's quiet confessions buzzing in my skull like a trapped insect. The world outside had gone dark. Streetlights cast pale circles on wet pavement. The courthouse loomed against the night sky like a block of sleeping stone. I got in my truck and sat there for a long time, hands on the steering wheel, breathing shallow. I should have gone home. I should have taken a shower, eaten something, watched TV until I fell asleep. Instead, I turned the key and drove. Not toward Cucumber, not directly. At least, that's what I told myself. I took back roads. I took routes that curved around the area, the way you might circle a wound without touching it. But the longer I drove, the more the signs became familiar. The trees became denser, the hollers narrowed. The creek road appeared like a remembered path. My hands tightened, my ears felt strange, like pressure building behind them. When I saw the first road sign mentioning Cucumber, my stomach dropped. But I didn't turn away. I kept going, not brave, not smart, not even fully decided. Compelled. The county had blown the mine shut, buried it, made a neat end of it. But the flashlight on my kitchen table had proved something simple. Sealed didn't mean gone. I parked miles away from the sealed site, on a pull-off where I could walk the rest of the distance without drawing attention. The night air was damp and cool,
carrying the smell of wet leaves and mud. Insects chirped faintly.
Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, then stopped. I walked. My boots crunched softly over gravel. My flashlight stayed in my pocket. I didn't want to use it. I didn't want to make myself visible, even though no one should have been there. The woods looked different at night, flatter, more shadowed. Branches turned into reaching shapes. The path felt less like a trail and more like a corridor. Every so often, I'd stop and listen, heart hammering, waiting for the click. When I got close enough that the trees thinned, I saw the scar in the hillside, even in the dark, an unnatural break in the slope where the county had worked. The ground was churned. Fresh rock and concrete gleamed pale under starlight. The area looked recently wounded. I stayed back behind a line of trees. From here I could see the sealed entrance, a mess of broken stone and poured concrete, rough and jagged. The county hadn't made it pretty, they'd just made it closed. I stared at it, breath fogging faintly in the cold air. Nothing moved. No lights, no voices, no engines, just rock. And yet, as I stood there, I felt it again. Pressure. A subtle change in the air around my ears, like the world had shifted a fraction of an inch. My ears popped softly, the same way they had on the hike. I swallowed hard. The taste of pennies rose faintly. Then, impossibly, I smelled smoke. Not strong, not obvious, a faint metallic smoke, like burnt pennies, like old ash. I held my breath, trying to locate it. The woods smelled like wet earth and moss and spring rot. The smoke didn't belong. It came in a thin thread, then vanished. My skin prickled. I took one cautious step forward, leaves rustling under my boot. The pressure in my ears increased slightly, as if the sealed rock face was a lung and I'd stepped into its exhale. Then I heard it. A soft click. Not from behind me, not from my keys, from inside the sealed stone. One small, precise sound, like a mechanism being tested. Click. My whole body went rigid. I stared at the concrete, eyes wide, mouth dry. The sound didn't repeat. The silence afterward was absolute, heavy, pressing. I stood there, shaking, listening to my own heartbeat, tasting smoke and pennies, feeling pressure in my ears as if the rock itself had shifted. The mine was sealed. The county said so. The news said so. The dust cloud on TV said so. And yet something inside that buried scar had just made a sound. Quiet, deliberate, like it was reminding me that doors don't stop being doors just because you pile rock on them. I backed away slowly, step by step, refusing to turn my back fully. I didn't run. Running would have been admitting I was prey. I walked back into the trees with my hands trembling, heart hammering, and one thought cold and clear in my mind. Harlan had sealed the entrance to keep people out, but whatever lived in there didn't need an entrance anymore. It only needed a way to knock. After I heard the click from inside the sealed stone, I stopped pretending I was still the same person. I didn't announce it. I didn't make a dramatic vow. I simply began to live differently, in small, quiet ways that felt sensible in the moment and horrifying in hindsight.
The first change was language. I stopped saying names out loud when I didn't have to. At work, if someone asked about my dad, I didn't say Stanley, I said my father. If someone mentioned my uncle, I didn't say Ray, I said my uncle. The words became softer, less specific, like I was sanding down the edges of the world to keep something from catching. At home, I caught myself doing it too. I'd start to talk to myself about bills, about errands, about dumb things, and I'd stop mid-sentence as if I'd almost said a name that might echo the wrong way. It was stupid, and it was automatic. The second change was how I handled questions.
People in small towns ask questions the way they breathe, not because they're nosy, because stories are the currency of survival out here. If something happens, everyone wants to know where, when, how, because knowing makes you feel safer. So when the story of Ray's disappearance and the sealed mine came up, and it did again and again, I learned to answer the way the county preferred. Short, vague, compatible with paperwork. Bad air, I would say. Old mine, I would say. Gas pockets. I heard myself repeating Sheriff Harlan's explanation like it was something I'd studied. I hated myself for it, but it made conversations end quicker. It made people nod and move on. It kept them from leaning in with that hungry curiosity that makes them want details. And most importantly, it kept me from speaking too much about the real things, the ones that didn't fit neatly into gas and disorientation. The warm gust that smelled like burning death. The way the screaming cut off mid-breath. The click inside sealed rock. The flashlight returning. Black dust clinging like a fingerprint. Those details stayed in my head like a locked drawer. I didn't open it, not even for my mother. When I visited Mom, she looked lighter now. Still grieving, still tired, but steadier in a way I hadn't seen in years. The county had given her something it had never given her before. A concrete action, an explosion, a visible ending. She clung to that like a life raft. "We're safer now," she said once while stirring a pot on the stove. "They sealed it. That's something." I could have told her what I heard from inside the sealed stone. I could have told her about the flashlight on my kitchen table. I could have told her about the smoke taste in my mouth when nothing was burning. Instead, I nodded and said, "Yeah," because she wanted the lie that let her sleep, and I wanted her to sleep. So when she asked, gently, carefully, "Do you think it really was gas with Ray?" I heard myself say, "Probably. Probably. Most likely," the county's comfort words. Mom's shoulders relaxed slightly, as if the word settled something in her chest, and I hated myself for giving it to her. But I also felt relief, because each time I repeated the county's explanation, the story became less sharp around the edges, less likely to cut me open, less likely to spill into the world. The third change was the worst, because it didn't feel like a change until it was already done. I started passing the rule forward. It happened on a Thursday afternoon at the shop. We'd had a long day, 2 engine replacements, a blown tire that shredded a fender, a customer threatening to sue because his check engine light came back on. The air smelled of oil and sweat. The fluorescent lights buzzed. Sports radio droned in the background. Men arguing about playoff rankings like it mattered more than anything else. A younger guy named Tyler, new hire, early 20s, full of restless energy,
was wiping down a toolbox near my bay. He'd grown up a couple counties over and still had that eager look in his eyes people have before the world teaches them caution. "You ever been out near Cucumber?" he asked casually, like he was asking about fishing. My stomach tightened. I kept my expression neutral. "Why?" Tyler shrugged. "Me and some buddies been talking about hiking. Heard there's some old mining pits out that way. Kinda creepy, kinda cool." He grinned. "Figured it'd make a good weekend thing." The word pits made my mouth taste faintly of pennies. I should have told him the truth. I should have said, "Don't go." People disappear. Names get confused. The dark inside those rocks isn't empty. But my throat closed around those words.
I pictured Tyler and his buddies, laughing, drinking, taking selfies by the warning signs, treating the mine like an attraction. I pictured them going down to the sealed scar and putting their hands on the concrete and joking about ghosts. I pictured one of them hearing a click and calling out a name to show off. And I felt a cold urgency that wasn't compassion so much as something else. Control, containment, a need to keep the story from spreading. So I heard myself say, in a voice that was calm and flat, "Don't go near the old pits. Not worth it." Tyler blinked. "Why not?" I wiped my hands on a rag, buying time. My heart beat too hard. "Just bad ground," I said. "County sealed, some of it. Unstable. People get hurt." Tyler laughed lightly. "We ain't idiots. We'll stay outside." My mouth went dry. The words that came out next weren't mine. They didn't feel like advice. They felt like instruction. "Don't," I said again, sharper. "Seriously, don't." Tyler's grin faded slightly. He studied my face. "Okay," he said, more cautious now. "Damn, you know something?" I forced a shrug. "Just heard stories," I lied. Tyler nodded slowly, and the conversation drifted away. He went back to wiping tools. Sports radio kept talking. The world kept pretending. But I stood there with the rag in my hand, heart hammering, and a cold realization settled in my gut. I had just done what Ray used to do. Not the gun, not the mine. The rule. The careful, clipped warning that pushes someone away without giving them enough information to argue. Don't go. Not worth it. A phrase designed to stop curiosity without feeding it. A phrase that keeps the dark from being named out loud. That night, I tried to convince myself it was a good thing. I'd kept a kid safe. I'd prevented a stupid trip. I'd done what any responsible adult would do. But as I lay in bed, the thought kept returning like a thorn. It didn't feel like I was protecting Tyler. It felt like I was protecting the secret. I fell asleep with the TV on low, a meaningless game recap murmuring in the living room. The light from the screen painted faint blue flickers across my bedroom wall. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. Not from a sound, from air. A warm draft slid under my bedroom door and brushed across my face. Soft, intimate, like breath. My eyes snapped open. My whole body went rigid. The apartment was dark. The TV in the living room had gone to a blue, no-signal screen, casting a faint glow under the door. I sat up slowly, listening. No footsteps. No creak of floorboards. just the refrigerator hum and my own heartbeat. The warm draft came again, slightly stronger, as if something on the other side of the door had leaned closer. I stared at the bottom of the door, at the thin line of light beneath it. Then, very softly, I heard a click. Not loud, not repeated, just once, like a latch being tested. I stayed still for a long time, breathing shallow, tasting pennies. Finally, I forced myself out of bed and opened the bedroom door. The living room was empty. The air felt normal now, cooler, still. No sign of anyone, no open windows. The front door was locked, the deadbolt engaged, the chain was in place. My keys sat on the kitchen counter where I always left them. The flashlight was attached to the ring. Clean. No dust, no soot, no black smear in the seams. It looked like it had never been returned at all, like it had never come from the mine. My throat tightened. I picked up the keys and turned the flashlight in my fingers, searching for any trace. Nothing, just scratched aluminum and a tiny button. My phone buzzed softly on the counter, startling me so badly I almost dropped the keys. This time the screen lit up. A note. Not a text, not an email, a draft message, like something I'd typed into my notes app. 3 words. I brought him. I stared at the screen, blood roaring in my ears. I didn't remember writing it. I didn't remember opening the app. I didn't remember typing anything at all. But the words sat there in plain black letters, perfectly spelled, in my own phone, under my own lock screen, in my own apartment. The same words Ray had screamed into the dark. My fingers trembled. I could have taken a screenshot. I could have shown Deputy Knox. I could have marched into the sheriff's office and shoved the phone in Harlan's face. I could have called my mother and told her everything. Instead, my thumb moved on its own. Delete. A confirmation prompt appeared. My thumb hit yes. The note vanished. The screen returned to normal. Just a phone. Just a counter. Just keys. I stood there in the quiet kitchen with the flashlight clean in my hand, heart pounding, and I understood the final, sick truth of it. The mine didn't need to chase me. It didn't need to roar or show itself. It only needed to teach me what Ray had learned. How to keep the story small. How to keep the names quiet. How to turn fear into behavior. I set the phone face down on the counter. I set the keys beside it, and I went back to bed without turning on any extra lights. Because I knew exactly what that note had been. Not a message, a receipt. Proof of a transaction. And I didn't delete it because I didn't want proof. I deleted it because I knew it liked when I complied.